Welcome home, SpongeBob, my strongest defeated opponent from preseason. Welcome home, gamer. We are back on Mechabellum, where you've got weekend tournament 117 European coming up in about 30 minutes. Had a really fun stream yesterday. We went something like 6-3, climbed up to 1706 MMR. And then had a great cast with Nathan last night for the Mecha Mini Masters. Super fun stuff. Never saw the same game twice, although Cheese tried to run the same game 3 times in a row. It was good stuff. Who won? Nobody won yet. That was the knock 2 out. Knocked out 2 out of the 8. Diana is through. That's probably the lowest MMR to have advanced. Who got dropped? Cheese Mechabellum and oops. This will be elite here. Cheese and Egophobic. Egophobic was a very late add to the tournament, so they only found out they were playing in it that day because we had a drop. I think we also had a caster drop, so interesting. There's always, I told Clint that you've got to plan on like one person in 8 dropping out and having a backup, so. All right, where are we at here? What are we doing? I'm not even focused on this game yet. My day started. Literally, my very first interaction with the world was running into a lesbian acquaintance, I guess, who waxed poetic over my luscious locks and gorgeous mane. Like, dude, everybody needs a lesbian hype woman. This should be a federal law. Everybody should be issued one. This felt amazing. Feel like I can take over the world. Absolutely. Everybody should have one. Your hate watching list is Cheese, Roxas, Arctorius, and Thonix? No. Well, you missed getting to see Cheese knocked out then. He was up one game and had opponents on like the verge of elimination on round 10 of the second game, and then it turned around on him in 3 rounds, so he got tied up in the 13th, and then game 3 went the other direction really hard. That is a pretty specific list of hate watching, though. Nightballer. Love it. You sadly fell asleep about 5 minutes after you put it on. Hey, that's just my voice, okay? That's just my voice. Lull you right to sleep. I did have a ton of fun casting that with Nathan, though. He's a fun guy. So really glad he's there. It looks like we're going to have a Poochie and a Rooster today. So that's fun. It's fun. Looks like we're doing all right so far. Dropped Commander Archer from over 5,000 hit points to 3,850. We've got those assault mode scorpions. Might as well have an assault mode scorpion, I guess, if the game's going to give one to me. Opponent should take something that flies, I think. At that point, maybe just range the chaff clear, right? Opponent also took one, but yours isn't as good as mine. Haha, take this. Alright, what do we got? Opponent's Scorpion deleted my Scorpion because he's added Stormcallers? Doesn't he know Stormcallers are cheating? Ignore the fact that we have been winning with Stormcaller all game to this point. Aha! We're still winning with Stormcaller. Take that. What is this thing in the corner? Why is there a Sabertooth in the corner here? Anyone? Anyone tell me? Why is there a saber in the corner? Chat, any ideas? He's gotta just, he's gonna keep it, right? Oh, and drop a orbital on me. Okay, I see ya. I was not worried about the orbital javelin. Okay. So we're here for the European weekend tournament coming up in 30 minutes, a little less than that now, since we've started a warm-up match. Maybe 20 minutes out. Registration in 5. Yeah, Picnic, he just wanted to chill, man. Just wants to be chilling down there in the corner. No, he sold it. It is a nice orbital. Nice orbital javelin there. Kind of funny that he left one Stormcaller alive over there. But I don't think we're going to finish off this Scorpion anytime soon. On the other hand, bunches of our investment for that round were into the unit that got Orbital Javelin. So Commander Archer can win the round, but our board is a lot stronger than his now. That kind of thing. Now we can make it a jump drive Scorpion. Next time he's got the orbital jab up. And we'll put you basically straight opposite his Scorpion that we know about. All right, let's go. Yeah. Shocking. Truly shocking. Funny thing about that is it kind of guarantees that our absorption module Scorpion walks out in front of things and basically stays out in front of the Phoenix. Problem is this guy got a lock, so he's destroying that thing so quickly. We're gonna need something in front of it, I guess. Like we do take the both Scorpions down from opponent's side of the board, and he's walked out of the shield, so we're gonna finish off the other side again. Not doing much damage when we win a round, but we do win rounds. And the deeper this goes, the worse it is for opponent that we're busting out. Level 2 units here in the late game. We actually want one more crawler down here in the flank. It looks like we're just going to wind up in a pretty classic Scorpion and Stang. Where is Whooped GG? We have shielded your smoke. Both the shields come down. Finally get a good round out of this level 2 Scorpion. And have a win by air. Thumpida thumpida. Wraith to boom. Do like the night boom. Peaked at 921. All right, let's go, Nick. That's solid. You're real close to up and over, up into that 950. we're gonna run the same little piece here. Sorry, not channel registration. Goodness. Tournament reg is open. Tournament in 15 minutes. So finish up whatever game you're playing now and get ready to register. Need to set myself on streamer mode. There is supposed to be stuff in the community tournament tab in game, but they really haven't published how do we get things there. So, yeah. Yeah, we don't know yet. Sitting at 880, that's solid. I mean, you're real close to that 50th percentile right now, Nick. You deserve it. You'll get there. Alright, what has just happened over here? What's going on? Okay, he's got a million things up. I'm going to switch you over to here. Oh, that bad boy. Get this one. Leveled. Slap out this fellow. And slap out this fellow. Interesting, but not entirely what you needed. Especially with our actually seeing it feels like these guys are walking too far out in front. Is part of the problem there. I didn't really realize how fast the assault mode Scorpion gets. That GG's. It might be GG. Lows. And yes. Alright, GG's to Archer there. Streamer not fully awake yet. Maybe. Actually, not something I normally play, Assault Mode Scorpion, and so didn't expect that the Scorpion, Assault Mode Scorpion would lose the mirror, but he wound up in 4 of them, and just had the right positionings with this guy to that moving at 13 meters per second, we were getting out in front of stuff, and my chaff behind isn't correct. I think this position is wrong. I think I really wanted them down in next to the tower. If I were gonna do this again, I should have had the this guy basically where that's almost on that line that I've been doing the hounds on. This is too fast, and because it was fast and it gets to that close range, that 125, it was getting targeted, outranged by, and targeted, and then there's gaps in my chaff, so there's enough of a gap here that they can get a lock on this guy before the white crawler arrived, and enough of a gap here that these two got targeted before these crawlers arrived. So a really difficult position for me coming out of the low chaff start there. And nice win by Commander Archer. Starts us out -1 for the day. 0-1, I guess, technically. Not -1. We'll find out what the minus was in a moment. No. -21. Streamer's ego destroyed. That was yesterday. We'll transfer that stuff over to the here to the season to date. 6 wins, 3 losses puts us at. Wait a sec. It is so close. We are so close, gang. What were we at? 1708, I think, is minus. $155. Here we go. We were within 2 games of 500 for the season. No, not season date. Season 2 date. 2 games away from 500. We're not there yet. And taking the loss to start the day, of course, brings us right back down to 3 games away. It's fine. Laumamge, Apucci, Rooster, of course, Apucci and Rooster are both streaming. AWM, Mater Peters, 9 Rouge, the Phantom Goon, KSP Lapise, Tuba Gold, K-Sil, top seeds already. Fort Build had a good round. He made it through the Mecha Mini Masters. Ben Malls slept through the Mecha Mini Masters. It wasn't supposed to be played. Road to 5 MMR. I love that name. That's great. Whole bunch of folks in. Wow. That look at this. Let's call it the 800 to 1500 range is just packed here today. We've up to 155 participants. That'll split into 2 groups. You've now slept. Nightballer says, I've now slept through all of the mini masters, including the one I played in. Classic. You're trying to kill me here. Boy. It's Toast that's supposed to kill streamer Nightballer. All right, something like 6 minutes. Welcome back, I guess. Those of you that see ads, just waiting, kind of killing time at the moment. So it's a good time for any questions you might have, anything you just want to talk about, like why my mic was facing away from me. Why is my mic facing away from me? Why is it rotating? Interesting. Gotta tighten that, maybe. Tighten. Oh, I use spinny. That's supposed to spin. Not how this works. Okay, that should be better. Five minutes till tourney. If you are going to register, get yourselves in. We're up to 180, so it'll be 2 groups of 90 if it were to start right now. European often gets up to 3 groups, but I don't think it did last week, right? Not the mini. There's the weekend tournament. Oh, that's the 2v2. Elite European only had 2. So we'll see if it gets up to 3 or not. Asia this morning was won by Skay. Congratulations. Isaacs had a great run coming in fourth. Adanas. Goodiest Prime, Zhaoji, Quinhuaju, also good rounds. Tala, jacked. But yeah, that is, of course, with all the Mag 1 folks off doing Mag 1 stuff during the Asia tournament. So Asia winds up being a lot weaker than it used to be. It used to be a high-end tournament with a whole bunch of the top entrants in it. Now the entry list is a lot weaker, and the European is definitely the prime tournament. It's got, you've got the Americans are awake, the Europeans, it's perfect time for them, and a fair number of the 201 players appear. Not all of them, bunches of them are asleep. So it's primarily the 301s and 501s, but there will be some of the good 201 players as well. 3 minutes to go, 200 participants. We've got 100 to go, or 2 groups of 100. We'd have like 60 or so to get to a third group. Don't forget to register. I'm not registering, I'm casting. We're shoutcasting today. I should probably update the title. There we go. But appreciate the reminder, Nick. I definitely appreciate the reminder. Click on tournament only. There we go. Tournament matches only. Also sounds exciting. I mean, you know me, I don't actually wind up shouting, but we can put shoutcast in the title. How many channel points do you have to pay to get casted? Do you want to be casted? You no longer believe in the caster curse, huh? Well, we can definitely cast you. There's no round 1 curse. Okay, you just want to be cast on round 1. Got it. It is somewhat up to the quality of your opponent, right? You're on the 1972 alt, the Phantom Goon. So you're the menace, huh? You're the Phantom Menace here? I shared this at the very start of the cast, but man, my first interaction with the world. Oh, that's true. Your MMR is lower. It should be a more balanced match. Fair. My very first interaction with the worlds today was a lesbian woman just waxing poetic about my luscious locks and what was it, magnificent mane, I think, or glorious mane, something like that. Hyped me up so much. Like everybody, absolutely everybody should have their own personal lesbian hype woman and just follows them around and takes care of their ego, just pump you up. Go. Felt like I could take over the world. Yes, getting dreadlocks when. You want to see Amarok and dreads? Love it. Exactly. Luscious. Luscious locks is what she called them. I mean, those are direct quotes. Gorgeous mane, luscious locks. Oh my god. No kiddo today. I had to drop them off at their crush's house. They can go hang out with Crush. Thus, of course, the interaction with the lesbian. Literally before I had my second cup of coffee. Welcome home, gamer. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. It is time for weekend tournament 117 European. Let's go. Rookie group 1 for Nick. All right. Take a look around and see who all we have here. Ben Malls against KSP Lapice could be interesting. Bratwurst against Snack Trash. Snack Trash beat me recently. That one would be fun. Skip against B-Man. Let's go. See, talking about top 201 talent. That might be the match to show. Nightballer facing Dane under the name The Phantom Goon. Capucci against Becca Mellum. And poor Trissa draws Forgotten Arbiter. Oh my. Let's do Skip against B-Man for round 1. Always fun to see B-Man in matches. Now, this might not be the actual B-Man. Although he is streaming, so I think it is. Whoops. With round 1, Skip B-Man. Because there is somebody else who's like a B-Man fan that also does a B starting. Hello, J. Polk. How's it hanging? Well, I'm sitting, so it's really not hanging. It's well supported. Tournament just starting. Channel point predictions are up for Skip versus B-Man, a round 1 match. What am I sitting on? A cushion. What do you sit upon? I don't actually have one of those really cool gaming chairs, so. Welcome to round 1 of a weekend tournament. European number 117. Near side in blue, we're going to have Skip. Far side, B-Man is taking the training specialist with Hounds and Sabretooth. Near side, Skip, who is, by the way, the Advanced Group 2 tournament champion from this week's mini tournament, is a Tarantula. Now, I hate drawing Tarantula into a Sabretooth start. Really painful. Let's check this out. Second runner-up for Straw Hat. Straw Hat, indeed. This is a legendary player. Legendary in the... Where is my little name translation thing? There we go. Station B Station Commander Instructor. We called him Straw Hat for a long time. Missed registration by 2 seconds due to doing the dishes. Gramps, it's open for 15 minutes. You register first, and then you then you take do the dishes, you come back, you've got time. That's how to do this. J-Polk says, I'm trying to follow some rules to get better, and one is to never choose a specialist that doesn't have chaff. Would you consider Hounds as a type of chaff? I think of Hounds as both chaff and chaff clear. One of the mistakes I was making early in Season 3, J-Polk, was not considering Hounds chaff. So, as you can see here, they're keeping main units off of the sabers, so the marksman never got a lock on the sabers, and that has let the sabers survive to the end of the round and destroy, even though there's only a couple of Hounds. Now, by round 5, you don't want the hounds to be your chaff anymore. You want them to be a chaff clear unit. But for round 1, you can kind of think of them as chaff. My Hubri, I saw the clock at 2:48 and told myself I'd make it in time. I'm sorry, Gramps. It's painful. It's painful. We've all missed tournament by a narrow margin like that. I'm so sorry. Nobody wagering on Straw Hat. B-Man, no bets. That should be easy money. So what that wound up doing, J-Polk, is I was over investing in chaff early because I wasn't considering the hound's chaff. I was taking hound packs and then overbuying chaff to go alongside them. And that meant that I was weak on single target, like the Phoenix or Sabretooth, because I had so many deploys tied up in both crawlers, hounds, fangs, etc., and then just didn't have the single target damage. So B-Man obviously doing this with a now has 4 real chaff, 5 real chaff on the board, 3 hounds, and 3 single target. So 3 chaff clear, 3 single target right now. Yeah, I became unbalanced, and then that had an interesting knock-on effect where I was buying techs for my single target damage dealers too early before I had enough of them on the board to make it worth leveraging. Right, you don't really want to tech something that you only have 1 or 2 instances of on the board. You want to use techs as a force multiplier for something that you have a high number of, right? If I've got 4 giants and I take a tech on them, then that's, 4 times 2, essentially, whatever the scalar is for the tech that you took. Yeah, if you don't think you're going to marry it for the future, but I would just be like, I have to be full committed, I'm losing because I don't have the single target, therefore I have to tech the single target to do more work, and I would just feel like kind of falling further and further behind. So it was really interesting when I figured that out, and it was like, oh, I have this bad habit of not thinking of hounds as chaff on round 1 when I'm correct that they're not chaff on round 5, right? Like, I'm not thinking of them as chaff. Like here, B-Man now needs them. He's only got 3 chaff clear. He can't afford to have these guys out there getting killed early on. Like, they cannot run out into the tarantulas. He takes 2 more of them, so he's got 5 of them for the chaff clear now. And he did position these 2 as if they're chaff. These guys who are higher, they're more experienced, are probably going to be the ones that get levels. These guys will probably always stay level 1. I would imagine it's important to get a hound up to level 2. Because it changes the breakpoint with the crawlers. So you one-shot them, the attack value here, 246, doesn't one-shot a crawler. So it's getting a hound up to level 2 so that you can one-shot level 1 crawlers makes a big difference. Skip has been convinced to put a tarantula in a back corner defense over here, and a tarantula on the right side, where B-Man had gotten to the tower over here last time. B-Man leveled this crawler up. Level 2 crawler is going to feed a whole bunch of experience to this guy. And then these crawlers are going to arrive and feed a whole bunch of experience to that guy as well. This guy's already up to 500 XP just off that one pack. And that's because of the way that the experience works. Level 1 unit feeds the 2 times the level 1 purchase price. So a level 1 crawler pack completely destroyed by 1 tarantula would feed 200 experience to it. The level 2 feeds 3x that amount. So it would have been, if the tarantula had no help against that crawler pack, it would have earned 600 experience. And that is how you can kind of turbocharge somebody's carry build if you start feeding some level 2 units into it. So kind of expect B-Man to probably sell out of the level 2 over here, just for the purpose of not feeding experience. We'll see if I'm right about that. Laser sights for Skip. B-Man thinking about it. Giving it plenty of time does take the laser sights. Pair of Phoenix. There's not really good anti-air on B-Man's board aside from the level 2 Phoenix here. So, getting into air as your single target makes good sense. Round 3 is when I'm usually seeking to range my chaff clear. B-Man got to doing it on round 4 here. Instead of selling out of this crawler, he's going to double down on it with an intensive training to get to a level 2 saber. Should just delete this tarantula and a hound to clear the chaff. So between them, these 3 should be able to handle these 2 and get in on what is now a level 2 tower for Skip. Yeah, Kill Cannon is exactly right. This is why you tend not to level crawlers, because they think they do so much damage. I like the Farseer change, the burst interval increase. Actually, an important interaction there is that the steel ball production rate from War Factory, a War Factory produces a steel ball more frequently than the Farseer fires. So if you're doing steel ball production, the Farseer will just get stuck on the steel balls all day, unless it has help. So I like that, but I think it's way more important that the change is not in the burst mode, but in when they survive a round, they do 250 damage instead of 300 damage to the player health. B-Man in control right now, has won all 4 rounds, has skipped down to half health at about 2237. We go to round 5. The reason I think that Farseer change is so important is both Scorpion and Farseer have the ability to be really long-range damage dealers that survive to the end of the round, and they were doing almost as much damage as a Fortress or Melting Point, so you can spend 300 and do 300 damage on the bar, or you can spend 400 and do 350 damage. You're just better off spending your deploys on the 300 cost units. So this is where that was kind of a knock-on effect of the forts doing less damage overall. I actually think we're going in a little bit of the wrong direction, where reducing all of those values, so 300 becoming 250, 400 becoming 350, and the 800 becoming, is it 600 or maybe 500 for a Titan? Does kind of like it blurs the line for a player who's trying to learn the rules, right? I think that's a mistake. Maybe we could have addressed the same thing by increasing the total hit point pools to allow the Titans to kind of shine as knockout punch swings. Hello, C. Mully, welcome in. How you doing today, my friend? We are in round 1. B-Man has been in complete control of this one. Skip hasn't put a glove on him. And isn't going to this round either. Missed tourney, you're just gonna have to hang out with me. Hang out with me and Gramps and just watch it. 10:37 left for Skip, and it looks like this one is over. But we'll see if he can turn it around. Certainly, I called somebody out last night during the Mecha Mini Masters, only to have them turn it around. I said I didn't think they were going to win another round, let alone the best of 3 series. And he basically never lost another round and won the best of 3 series. So, what part of what is going on? Yeah, there is a Scorpion coming, right? Phil Cannon says, I think Scorpions would be invaluable against this lineup. There is one, but it didn't get the job done. So Skip has sold out of it. It's got 3 great items for Giants, I would imagine. But no, it'll be a pair of Farseers. Is it going to be 3 Farseers and then Burst mode? Yeah. 2 Farseers with Burst and Range is what he's gone for. And then the items, I imagine, can go on those. I don't think... Oh, this is even worse. Why this one? I don't think this is the play, Skip. Yeah, it's poorly accessible information, and Gramps, you're right. There's very little covered by the in-game tutorial. Which, and that said, Nathan went through it recently, and he said that he actually hyped up the tutorial because it does cover a lot of the mechanics a lot more than other games in genre do, you know? Um, it's a very thorough tutorial, even if it is missing a whole bunch of things. And it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing to do. Like, you don't just smoke through the tutorial. All right, B-Man, done. 6 rounds and through. Congrats to those that took B-Man at 2.2 to 1 underdog. Skip, of course, very popular as a streamer, etc. So had the in-game support or in channel point wagering for sure. Yeah, it's not easy to cover all of this game's information in all fairness, and it changes frequently enough, you know, that, you know, if you made a YouTube video or something, it would wind up out of date pretty quickly. So it's like, frustrating. But here's what went wrong for Skip. He's in a Tarantula versus Sabretooth headbutt on round 1. Doesn't pivot out of it, tried to commit to the sabers. So to the tarantulas into the sabers. The sabers just hard counter the tarantulas. B-Man adds basically two Phoenix that counter the ability to go to big air. And then the only thing that I see that Skip really could have done, there is no good anti-wasp. So Skip could have bought around with a wasp. I think he needed to be selling out of the tarantulas and getting into something like hounds, which don't just get one-tapped by the sabers as easily, as readily. This one, admittedly, does take 2 shots from the level 3 saber, but, you know, B-Man never even tacked double shot, so it would have gotten back down to a single lock and fire. Would have done it. Whooped, you missed it. I played a Scorpion build for my first game of the day. Of course, that just cost Scorpion stats in my stat. We'll step into the Nightballer game. He's facing Dane. Yeah, since I wasn't warmed up, of course, I lost it. Yes, sorry. It was actually, I lost a Scorpion mirror because I had Assault Mode Scorpion, but I didn't position well. So, the Phantom Goon, far side in red, and the cute PFP, that is Nightballer on an alt, and not streaming at the moment, although he does. Is running a training specialist with efficient tech research, additional deployment slot, and advanced targeting system. Just taking everything the game gives you. And Dane has done the same with cost control specialist, efficient tech, additional deployment slot, advanced defensive tactics, and advanced targeting system. So extra hit points for Dane is the difference. Dane, of course, the gorgeous pink furry PFP. If you're into that sort of thing, it's beautiful. He's running the 1-on-1. Nightballer running the 1-on-1. Looks like a Vulcan marksman build on this side of the board, with a Rhino punching through to tower on the far right. And tower debuff is going to let the Giants get the work done over here. For Nightballer, he's got level 5 Void Eyes over here. What the what? Kill Cannon, yeah, absolutely. Selling out of the Tarantula, but I'm talking about that on round 2. You know, like, he needs to look at that and say, like, I am in a headbutt that I lose. I can't range the Tarantulas because they just get locked on the sabers even earlier. And, plus his problems. There is a level 7 saber for both players. Nightballer taking 3 more level 2. Wait, I'm sorry, 4 more level 2s. So 4 level 2 sabers with field maintenance, and the level 7 straight in front of a level 2 Vulcan. So the idea is get the Vulcans to lock on the sabers, let the sabers heal, while the Void Eyes whittle them down. See what Dane does. Dane's on 17-19. We have a GG's spoiler. Let's turn chat off there. And Becca Mellum putting up a good fight against Tapucci. Let's go. We'll check that out after this match ends. Nightballer says I was trolling the whole match here. Love it. Love it. 5 leveled carry Void Eyes. He says he's trolling, but look at this chaff board. He's winning on the back of the strong chaff board, really. And yeah, here we go. We've locked onto this one saber. They're not even really touching it. It's healing through everything. These two are actually taking some damage. Not much. Okay, this one's healed all the way back through, but the Rhino might cause a problem. No, the Rhino does not cause a problem. My backup is a level 5 Void Eye. Yeah, it's not about the sabers punching through to reach the Vulcans. It's about the sabers tanking everything all day. All 5 sabers still alive, and you know, they are basically uninjured. What have we done? This one is the only one that really took significant injury and was needing to heal back up. So good work from the Phantom Goon. He's through to round 2. You guys said that Apuchi was in a good one against Becca Mellum. Becca Mellum at 2,200 hit points and Apuchi at 1,800. We'll take a look at that one. This is 2 former tournament winners. Obviously, Apuchi has won many, many times. Becca Mellum came through exactly once. A long shot to win a tournament, but did it once. That is more than Caster has done. Never take it away from them. Becca Mellum, an aerial specialist with mass-produced Phoenix. Love it. Love to see it. Apuchi on the other side is a training supply specialist with super supply enhancement. So at round 9, the Econ should be tipping Apuchi's way with that super supply enhancement. And you see the orbital bombardment is going to be pretty devastating as well. But Becca Mellum has probably had the advantage of being able to throw out all of those Phoenix. And anytime the Phoenix survive, even though they're mass-produced, 30% of the attack and 70% attack, 70% hit points. If they survive, they do full damage to the health bar. So you really can tempo somebody out with a whole bunch of Phoenix early that they can't answer. Yeah, right, Kill Cannon. Next round, opponent could have grabbed EMP, but they didn't have the chance to see to see and respond to the field maintenance. They needed to have EMP on the board beforehand, or go down. Apuchi taking a pair of melters. I think these are new. Level 2s. This one becomes the level 3. Yeah, he elite recruited those 2 melters for chewing through all the big units. Apuchi now relying on a whole bunch of hounds. We were talking about this earlier with J-Paul, but range and fire extinguisher for the hounds right now. Fire extinguisher cleaning up the smoke, and would have handled it if there was incendiary bomb from the Vulcans. There was not. We'll take a look at that, yeah, in a moment, Kill Cannon. I got his chaff checkerboarded, so they're both vertical and horizontal. That's fun. 727 left for Becca Mellum. Some horizontal, most of them are vertical. Hounds, of course, right back on the back line here. That's important because if you give them mech rage and they're much further forward than that, they outrun your late arriving crawler chaff. Becca Mellum takes 3 level 2 rhinos. Got Wraith War Factory Marksman Rhino for Apuchi. Sort of feel like a War Factory finish out here would be useful for Apuchi. He can take it and elite it, intensive it, or whatever he needs to do with it. Sell it, elite 1, and intensive it to the next level if he needs to. He's not even going to put it on the weak side, where I was expecting. He's going to put it on the strong side. Leveled up with the intensive. Gives it photon coating. Nope. Takes the photon back off. Going launcher overload, sure. HE, this is a change I am really proud of. I did all of the math to show why that was the right change. That the reduction in it used to be minus 30% ATK, and it's now minus 40%, and it was just showing that that would put it back on the correct level compared to where it was before. Before the attack buff for War Factory. It's like, you know, if you're going to buff the attack on War Factory, you need to debuff this tech. Otherwise, that tech became OP. And Bear Lake agreed. Went ahead and made the change. And we've got that in production. So two changes that that I feel like I argued for well. The Farseer's not doing full damage, and the HE on the War Factory. So I'm really proud of this particular balance patch. I'm like, hey, I actually feel like I contributed to this one. I don't typically argue balance patch because I figure I'm going to leave that to the, you know, the 2300 MMR folk. But those two, at least, I thought were, you know, maybe subtle pieces of it that people weren't catching as to why it was OP. Apuchi has, in fact, closed this out. Drops Beckamelum from 2200 when we came in to negative 2200 and now. The War Factory finisher. And notice, of course, this is back out of the AG ammo as the finisher. Apuchi goes to Launcher Overload and Photon Coating. Photon Coating to try and make sure it stays alive and it doesn't get acided or ignited. Just in case opponent was taking either of those. Not that it looked likely that they would, but, you know, better safe than sorry on that one, or EMP'd, right? There was EMP here with the Phoenix, so it turns out to have been a good choice. War Factory gets the job done for Apuchi. He's through to round 2, as you would have expected. He's the number 4 seed overall. Leaves us one match in progress, rather than take a look at that match. We're going to run our ad now. Be back in a minute or two. We'll go around the room and summarize for those of you that are subscribers. We'll call out who's won their matches and who's through. Zlaumamj, the number 1 seed overall, is through. That's a start. Let's get myself a little notepad up so I can keep track of who the top seeds were. Titan Hunter, the number 3, gets their win. Number 5, Play Archer, is through. He's streaming in Russian. Number 7, T-Man, has started streaming recently, so if you see him on, of course, if you're in an Amarok channel, you're likely to have folks like T-Man recommended to you, but we will call him out or rate to him later if we get the opportunity, if he's still on that late. Reven, your number 11 seed with a win. Who is this? What is this player's name? Let's figure out who this is. One moment. Snowflakes Can't Wake Up. Snowflakes Can't Wake Up is how that name translate. Is this a political, like, snowflakes and woke joke, or is this something completely unrelated and Mandarin piece? I really don't know. I really have no idea. Stay triggered, Snowflake. Wait, no. Stunter and Nine Rouge with the wins. Fleet Command. It's the W against Capsize. Fleet Command, I think this is Illuminati. Ben Malls, nice upset win over ASP Lapis in round 1. Quesil with the win. Don Quixote. That sounds like Don Quixote to me, but it's the win over Godius Prime. Snack Trash beat Bratwurst. I did call that one out as being likely to be a good match. Take a look at this. Oh, HD Susauer. Yes, you're right. Kevco, you are correct. I did call that one out as likely to be a good match. take a look. Snack Trash beat him with 153 hit points remaining. Do kind of wish we'd watched that one. After all. But GG's to Snack Trash on that one. Hikikomori, number 36, gets a win. Fren over Spa. Stormcrow beats Whooped GG, so Maud loses in round 1. Unlucky. We saw B-Man over Skip. Ontarix beat Eddie Bong. Houghton Zero beat Fort Build. Atlan with the win. Chiba Gold with the win. In the top 20, Cheese, the Phantom Goon. However, this person is with wins. Sledge Hamster upsets Dragon Lord. So that's a surprise. What is 16's name? 16, oh no. Right, we're not translating that one. We'll just call him Captain. Uh, 12 was Miter Peters. AWM Rooster Skay, looking for the double today. Apucci and Forgotten Arbiter, all with their wins as well. Patty the Lad, LMCV with wins. Flashmaster Zero, Jammy JC, and Teddy. Probably the outside chances to do something useful later in the tournament. They're the high middle folks who got wins here. I don't think anybody further down than that is not likely to continue in the unbeatens after round 2. But you never know, somebody might. El Grappadura, Road to 5 MMR, Zumko, Vroom, Gez, Larksmeister, Focus 62 RUS. I hate POS 5 carries. What? Dramatic B, Fraudulent, Foreseer, DT Bizarro, Riggs, Galangala, Droidal, Roman World, Frank Kaza, Duyet, Death, Redrick, Larndo, and God got wins on the way further down the list. Let's take a look here. Jammy JC against Ben Malls could be funny. Don Dishote against Teddy. That might be interesting. That's the 40 seed against the 73 seeds. Teddy is currently streaming. The number 1, Laomamj facing Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord was the 14th seed overall. So maybe this is a round to show the spoiler match. See if he can do anything against Lao. Yeah, we'll take that one. We'll take that match rather than going down to the middle of the group. We'll take Lao against Dragon Lord, the number 1 seed versus the 14 seed. Did Amarok cover the Mag 1 drama? No, I did not. Collusion. Collusion allegations on the Mag 1 Discord. I mean, that is something that I'm gonna say. You know, a good tournament format should prevent collusion as a possibility, but you always do kind of have trouble with it anytime that there are matches that can affect. You know, when the outcome of a match affects somebody else's match, right? Like somebody else's chances of making it through. Yeah, I'm not gonna give that one a whole lot of airtime. Just go find that elsewhere. Millennia had two other top Chinese players backseating him during the Mag 1 games. I see, I see. Laomamj, the #1 seed overall, near side missile specialist, adds a pair of marksmen to a Sledgehammer Fang starting pack. Dragonlord with a speed specialist. I love speed specialists. You guys know that's my #1 pack for the last 3 seasons, and will likely be my #1 specialist in season 4 as well. We've got he's got a triple Arclight double sledge start. We'll probably see some chaff added to that. J Polk says, what would you do against 12 full tech marksmen? You pick something that they can't kill. So what things can they not kill easily? Crawlers, crawlers, fangs, mustangs, and wasps. Depends on what the rest of the board looks like. So if they were paired with Vulcans, you would probably be taking the wasps because they have to shoot those one at a time. And then it also depends what the techs are. If they have double tap, you don't bother with air. If it's mustangs, if they're paired with mustangs, then you're going crawlers, because mustangs and marksmen are both weak against crawler. And your crawlers, you would probably be taking subterranean blitz to make the mustangs do even worse against them. For this match, we're looking at Laomamj is the #1 seed overall. Dragonlord is the #14 seed, but he lost in round 1, so he's here as the spoiler in round 2, 0-1, trying to avoid an 0-2 start, and has to do that against Lao. That is a rough one. Channel point predictions are open. Lao is losing round 1, so Dragonlord at 4,800, Lao down to 4,100. Thank you for the lurk, Ice Immersion. Appreciate that. We do have a bang lurk if that's what you're looking for. Lao. So the common wisdom for Missile Strike is to do them on different rounds. But Lao does them early on, and I used to do this when, the spell specialist card was in the deck, when you could get the quick cooldown and have a chance of getting both those missile strikes back. You know, getting a quick cooldown on round 3 and getting both those missile strikes back by round 4 is amazing. But here, he's just going to do both of them, just rely on the fact that he doesn't want this game to get out of hand early. Let me cause some problems to the chaff, and we're dropping the rhinos on both players took the rhino and are dropping it. That missile strike over here guaranteed that there were no crawlers to slow the rhino down, and rhino will get in on the tower. Meanwhile, this rhino also gets to a tower and in fact got there first. So better positioning on that rhino drop from Dragonlord lets his rhino win the fight there, even though this rhino had a couple of other targets to punch. No speeds. Oh, that is actually because of him being the speed specialist. My bad. He's got his rhino moving at 19 meters per second. This rhino moving at 16. You can already see what an impact the speed specialist makes with that. Placement might also have been a little bit closer to the tower. Ferrosargus is my favorite trick against low-level Mustang Arclight Chaff Clear, is to level up all my crawlers to level 2 at the same time and then hit Underground Blitz. Suddenly having 4x tankier crawlers can be devastating. Yep, that is one way to do. Dragonlord taking the Phantom Rays in the drop here. Lao taking the Melter. Now, is Lao going to just sell the Melter? No, he keeps the Melter on the board just to start having that giant and giant killer. No need to tech it or anything. It's going to be tough enough on its own at 30,000 hit points, 35,000 hit points. There's no real amazing single target on the other side. As long as he gets the locks onto these 3 Phantom Rays, with that Melter, he'll be fine. It does take it a minute when you're dealing with things like sledges, and it's not ideal against Sledge and Phantom Ray, but it will should suffice for him. That Melter has done a lot of work, but everything's surviving. Able to finish it off for Dragonlord. Dragonlord winning here in round 3. Lao will be down to 3740. We go to round 4. Nano Repair for Lao, and imagining that is already on the Melter. I'd be surprised if it's not. Nano Repair, of course, doesn't improve the total hit points, but the way that the energy absorption tech does, it does convert, does do the unit equipped with item recovering 4.5% of the hit points. Only way to turn that off is to ignite it, or because it can't be EMP'd. Melter's getting the job done this time for Lao. You can see his basically does depend on winning the Chaff War, and there you go. Dragonlord down to 3808. This one's still really close after 4 rounds, 3740 to 3808, but I would be very worried if I see 2 Melters doing that well this early. And Lao, because he used the 2 missile strikes on round 2, has those both up again on round 5, and can use those again to clear out the chaff. Guarantee that these Melters get good locks. Goes with intensive training, so it's now a level 3 Melter, 106,000 hit points, and it heals. That ain't good. I mean, it's good for him. It ain't good for somebody else. And it'll be range on his Arclights as well, so better chaff clear this round. Missile out everything on this side of the board. Dragonlord trying to protect against that with some shield, and gets most of the protection that he's going to need. So late game, I imagine Lao is probably going to be missiling out the backline crawlers, or potentially doing things like missile out this guy so that he can do a air flank. You can't count on this back fang to protect your towers the way that you can with a in a normal board. An opponent is missile specialist. Lao taking the Wasps. There wasn't great anti-Wasp on Dragon Lord's board this round, previous rounds. So, oh, hold on a sec. It'll be Lao took double Wasp and triple Mustang as his recruit. Adds missile interceptor to the Mustangs. So, we're going to turn off uh, the high explosive anti-tank shell off of the Stormcallers. Dragon Lord is in 4 now Stormcallers with the tech on them. So pretty tough to sell back out of. It'll be real slow to get back out of. Yeah, the regen on this level 3 melter is absolutely brilliant. I think you basically need your own melter to disable it. And that is what Dragon Lord has gone for. He's gone for a level 1 melter with range. Problem is, there's nothing's going to stop Lao from ranging his own, and then it's just right back to a who wins the chaff war. Now, Dragon Lord could conceivably EMP to turn off the range from this melter. That's the direction I expect this to go. Is round 7 range for Lao, round 8 EMP on the storms for Dragon Lord, but we'll see. Dragon Lord also took the Wasps, kind of similar thinking. There was no great anti-Wasp on Lao's board, and the Wasps could tie up the Melter. But in this case, he's added the Mustang, so going very, very well for Lao so far. In fact, are those Fangs out in front? They are. Look at this poor Melter. Designed, you have one job to get a lock on this healing Melter. You do that, you've done it, and that will actually get the job done for Dragon Lord there. Get Melter Lock v Melter Lock, and that is enough for Laumamj to win this one. We talked about that. Level 3 able to out DPS the level 1. I expected to see the range on Lau's Melter on round 7. So the question really is, what will Dragonlord do to try and turn off range on round 8? I'm expecting to see EMP on these storms. But then you're into double-teched storms, into 6 anti-missile Mustangs at this point. That is a rough go. Instead, he's selling out of them, has decided he's had enough, so sells out of the one storm. Here's the missile strikes, just taking out the wasps off the back row. Is it literally Nano Repair Melter v Nano Repair Melter over here? This has just gotten silly. But please, use EMP delivery in some style. It could be on the Arclight if you're coming out of the storms. It could be the electromagnetic barrage off of your own melter. Yeah, without really providing the EMP, that has not gone well for Dragonlord. So, Udia, time for War Crimes for Dragonlord. This one was almost War Crime-esque for Lau with the linked oil and incendiary bomb. Kaboom, kaboom. And now you've got Underground Threat, Acid Blast, Acid dropping in front of that melting point. You know how Incendiary prevents things from healing? I'm actually wondering if Acid should prevent healing as well. I think that one would be a really interesting wrinkle. Not sure if it's something we'd want to go to or not. Healing through Acid is kind of a legit piece. Dragonlord does have the EMP this round with Electromagnetic Barrage and a third Melter. It's a slight Melter advantage. Now, keep in mind, EMP Barrage is a missile, so these guys can shoot it down if they're far enough forward. The other thing you can do to protect against this is literally just having, as soon as opponent is in Melters, you kind of start wanting a singleton frontline crawler to eat the first EMP barrage to protect shields here. Fire on the left. The Mustangs haven't really driven into it until now. The Acid on the right also doing really good work for Dragonlord, so I think he's going to win this round based on the 2 spells. Question is, what will Lau do to avoid this Acid next round? And as you see, Dragonlord staying alive at 680 hit points. We did pick a good game for this round 2. Your spoiler, number 14 seed Dragonlord dropping Laumamj to exactly 1,000 hit points. Dragonlord holding on at 680, and that acid in place for next round. So, reinforcements show up. Mountain, Tarantula, Fortress, or Fire Badger. It sounds like Lau just took the mountain and sold it immediately. Does not want to mess around with mountain. Fair enough. Picnic says, take Farseer, give it photon emission for the acid, and send it. Just make sure this acid is doing nothing by photon emission on it. That would work. Instead, Lau goes for the other option. Just clean it up. Get your battlefield engineers out there. Throw down 2 hounds and fire extinguisher. There will be oil attempt to drop from Dragonlord, but Lau taking the 4 shields up front to really protect against that possibility. The Rhino assaults arrive for both players. Lau playing it defensively. This positioning is interesting because that doesn't it. Do these guys clear? I feel like he might be Goomba stomping a couple of his own units. Not sure this is the best spot for this. Literally put it out in the flank so that you don't Goomba your own units. If you were taking temp speed, these guys might clear it, but he hasn't taken temp speed, so I'm watching that a little bit. Mobile beacon there, no biggie. These guys were supposed to light the oil on fire, but the oil is not great. There's the Goomba stomp. You can see that Rhino is already a little bit wounded. So we've managed to wound the Rhino and kill a couple of our own Mustangs with that that drop. Maybe Lau's not concerned about that, but little optimization that can be made there. Rhinos v Rhinos right in the middle. The anti-missile doing great work for Lau. And by this point, he's got those Mustangs into range as well, so they're just hanging out here at the back row. Right side is out of anti-missile. The right side level 3 melter has been EMP'd and locked onto. It is dead. Dragonlord has brought down the #1 seed. 2,000 hit points of damage, while 2,003 in that last round. Dragonlord KOs your #1 seed, Laumamj. We did pick the right game, guys. We did. Yeah, it was 400 in shields, 400 in anti-missile, and still not enough. I liked this crawler in terms of getting those 2 early EMP barrages to fire off pointlessly, and then mobile beaconing it across. He was trying to pick up this one as well. But one of the things that happened here is that Dragonlord was behind 3 levels to 1 when he first bought this melter. By this point of the game, he's got his healing melter up to level 4. Lau's is only at level 3. So that is interesting. #1 seed had a harder game than any of the other top 20 seeds. It's true. It's true. Aren't sprinkler hounds supposed to clear oil too? No. That is the one thing they don't clear. Fire, acid, and smoke, but not oil. We did have some insane games with cheese. Welcome in. Whoops, says I got switched off of the cheese match last minute, so I wasn't happy about that. But overall, it was awesome. He got switched off of Spade versus Cheese. But saw that Spade and Cheese had some insane games. Cheese was lots of fun last night. I'm disappointed he's out. But there you go. Congrats to those of you who took Dragonlord 4.5 to 1 underdog in this match. You guys have paid out. Let's see what else is going on around the group. Still 3 matches in progress, but Dragonlord knocks out the #1 seed. The rest of the top seeds, Titan Hunter, Play Archer, T-Man, King Fury, Miter Peters, all with wins. Droidal, number 52 now, upsets 9 Rouge. So well done to Droidal, who's, how far down was Droidal in this tournament? Had to have been like the 104th seed or something. So really remarkable for them. Well done. Knocks out Nain Rouge. Nain Rouge was the original 15 seed. So How many groups are there? I think there are two, main and rookie, today. What I'm expecting. Stunter with the win over Riggs. Fleet Command over Forcer. Chiba Gold, Atlan, Stormcrow, all with wins. Hikikomori with a win. The favorites basically winning down the line here. You can just kind of see that the white on the the white on the left is indicating that the favorite won these matches. Snack Trash, Don Dishote, all with wins. You've got a couple of matches still ongoing. LMCV close to finishing out Paddy the Lad. Sledge Hamster versus Slash Master Zero. But further down, Ben Malls beat Jammy JC. Outen over El Grappadura. And Tarex with the win, the favorites again. Fren, D-Man over Larksmeister. I Hate POS 5 carries, position 5 carries, has won over K-Sill. So K-Sill, the other upset loss this here in the round 2. She's knocked out of the Mecha Mini Masters yesterday, but gets the win over Fraudulent here to go on to round 3. Nightballer beats DT Bizarro. I think this is Snowflakes Can't Wake Up, if I'm remembering right. No, this is Captain, right? Captain beats Galangala. That is Snowflakes Can't Wake Up, who gets the win. AWM, Rooster, Skay, Apuchi, and Forgotten Arbiter all cruising on through. Let's see if there's anything still ongoing. Only one match remains. LMCV and Sledge Hamster did finish out their matches. So Jamie JC, Teddy, Flashmaster Zero, all took small losses. LMCV, the only person who was outside of the top, basically outside of the top 50, who has advanced this far. That is the lowest seed continuing to advance. Sledge Hamster is the 51st seed, I guess, is the other one. But the upsets include, so far, the OG 1, 14, 15, and 23 are out. 21 as well. Forgotten Arbiter will now be your number 1 seed. Apuchi moves up to the number 2 seed. And we should run our ads real quick. They're always a fun player to watch and doing cool things. I knew a lot of great games were going to happen once I saw Ragin' and Ego's first game. 12-rounder with all 3 Titans. Yes, that was fantastic. I was sitting there going, what a welcome to casting this game for Nathan. That was just awesome. Welcome home, Toast. We're just entering round 3 of this. Blood is very strong whooped, absolutely. Titan has been saying that Blood is going to go far for a while. Very much. He thinks Blood has been very, very underrated. Yeah, Spade, absolutely. Nathanius is absolutely. We had talked a bit ahead of time, so we knew what our rhythm was intending to be, and just 2 guys geeking out on a game, right? And with him kind of in the hype role, me in the analyst role. So we did some homework to get that rhythm before we went live, which I really appreciated. He's a total pro. And then, yes, he's absolutely intending to get more into the game. He's currently laddering off stream to build skill set and understanding of the game. Yeah, Magician Titan's been dealing with something in real life, so I haven't seen or heard from him in a couple of weeks either. I'm hoping he's all right. But I know he had something come up in real life, so. Snack Trash, you gave him the dono to buy Macabellum? We can blame it on you. Let's go. That's awesome. No, he already owned Mecha. Well, I guess by today. I don't know if you gave him the OG dono that got him there. Yeah, Spade Titan was supposed to cast with Clint and co-cast with Clint last night, and so we had to change up the caster lineup because we hadn't heard from him either. So definitely hoping all is well. I know he's a good guy, and he's just got some struggles going at the moment. Right, we go to round three. We go to round three. Forgotten Arbiter has to. Oh my god. Dragonlord just knocked off Lao Mamj. Would you like an easier match? How about the number 2 seed, Forgotten Arbiter? Do we just follow him? Is there going to be a better match in round three? Could we have? I mean, that's got to. Oh my god. Cheese against B-Man. I want to watch that one too. Skate, who won the Asia this morning, facing Play Archer. Baller up against Hikikomori. Major Peters against Ben Malls. Nah, oh my god, do we do B-Man against Cheese, or do we do Dragonlord against Forgotten Arbiter? We're literally recasting something. B-Man Cheese? You want to see B-Man and Cheese? All right. Yeah, Spade, exactly right. Blood's one of the better players I know. MMR definitely doesn't do his skill level and analysis justice. It is spot on, Spade. All right, channel point predictions are open for this one. Looks like we'll be running our ad around round 4 of this match. I do apologize to those of you who are not subscribers. Let's go. We've got round 3 action. B-Man, Nearside Blue, was the original number 30 seed in this tournament. We saw him win in round 1. Cheese, Farside Red, number 20 as the original seed here. And with several of the players above that, he should be further up. Cheese knocked out of the Mecha Mini Masters last night. Disappointingly, it looked like he was on the verge of through, and then lost 2 in a row. Lost a game that it looked like he was in control of, and then got knocked out in his elimination game. Straw Hat. This is the Advanced Group 1 second runner-up from this week's mini tournament, Asia. We're in week 117 now. This is the 2v2 tournament. Sorry, second runner-up, third place finisher. We're in week 117. Week 117 European tournament. First week of August. First tournament of August. It is the head of the gospel. And yeah, he was having a lot of fun last night. Definitely saw some very creative play. What we can expect from Cheese, if he's running the gospel, of course, is getting creating a matchup somewhere that he can convince somebody to answer heavily into, and then pivoting to that big wasp and rhino flank on the one of the flanks somewhere. And the important part here is he's done some things to discourage a Mustang response early. It's not that he actually minds a Mustang response. He's also trying to discourage a Fortress response, right? Yeah, Roxas was missing from Mecha Mini Masters only because he was in it before. Yeah, Snapshot MMR is much less useful, I think, than a player's, what you know about a player's capabilities, right? Like, all right. Cheese takes a Wraith. I'm kind of interested in where he's going with that. He skipped the Rhino. We saw him do that in the Mecha Mini Masters last night as well. Skipped the Rhino on level 2 so that it's still available as a drop later on in the game. He's also a fortified specialist, by the way. He's got extra 17% hit points. And that Wraith will be up over this corner where B-Man is adding a level 3 marksman at this point. He's not a marksman specialist. This is a round 2 level 3 marksman the honest way. This thing was a, intensive. Well, I guess it's from the drop. So the intensive had gone to this Void Eye. That's about halfway to level 3. Not enough chaff clear in front of the Wraith. Once the Wraith took out units in front, the crawlers get in on the level 3 marksman. B-Man, or Straw Hat, wins the far left side. It's the left side tower, but doesn't have anything left that shoots up, so round win for Cheese. He's going to win this. Okay, I'm sorry, there was a Fang left. My bad. Now there's nothing left that shoots up. Now Cheese wins the round. Delicious orange guy levels. Exactly. Nom 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 nom. Wraith most of the way to level 2. It falls about 420 XP short. Used to be that you'd be able to get a Wraith to level on its first round out on the board, but it's not likely to happen without 8-gun at this point. Usually they take about 2 rounds to level if they're having good days like that one. Splash on the bar for the Tarantulas. And there is no creative defense here. There's no AA for taking out the Wasps later. Tarantula... Sorry, these guys are right up on the line. There's now a crawler behind that, which is interesting. That is going to distract this Tarantula, which is new. Cheese does not know about this Tarantula. So B-Man just putting it right up on the line. These guys are going to have a pretty unopposed run at the Void Eyes and Crawlers right in front of them, while the Wraith gets range. And Cheese is going to defend the outside tower by leveling it up to level 2 and giving it a Hound. A little bit of Hound protection. So slight commitment into the Wraith. This is a little bit different from Cheese. Is it the gospel at all? Or is he doing something different? The Wraith has leveled, it's fed. There are a couple of crawlers remaining, but that's about it. Marksman should be able to handle the Wraith now. Wraith has got no range on him, it's not locking on him. Down it goes. And this will be a round for the Straw Hat. And Cheese skips. B-Man thinking about it. Now, man, if I were Cheese and I'm looking at this formation, I might have been tempted to drop acid over the top of those 3. Yes, you guys heard it. Amarok tempted to drop acid. Wait, no. What? Family friendly, man. Family friendly. Ay. I'm joking. Right. The Void Eyes, we've got up to 3 of them at level 2. El Bonko, hello! First time chatter. Bark, bark, bark. Woof, woof, woof. Let's go. Looks like B-Man is going to try to pressure this outside tower with a steel ball. Sure, Toast says. Sad, but true. You thought this was a family stream, now we're dropping acid. Exactly. Exactly. So no, this guy's going to be in defense. I was expecting that to come out here for ensuring that steel balls didn't have any objections, anything impeding them, but instead he's going to pull things off to the left with a little flank, have the steel balls go straight in. But Cheese is completely played to the right side of the board, now comes out with a triple wasp flank on this left side. The gospel has begun, and they are facing a level 1 tower. Now, there's nothing left. Cheese's board is gone because the steel balls got the tower first. There's also very little that will shoot at wasps, and the wasps ought to level. Wasps level pretty quickly. They only need 900 experience to gain a level. They'll gain 200 off of the tower. They're going to gain something like 1,000 off of this marksman. All good. And yeah, they're just done and leveling, right? I think it'll be every pack leveling by this point. Yes, we went from dropping acids to preaching the gospel. This has been kind of a whipsaw round, I'm not going to lie. That is why Cheese didn't take the acid. He drops B-Man down to 4278. You've got 2560 on Cheese's side. Orbital Bombardment. Now, if you guys don't know Straw Hat, by the way, Straw Hat is a legend in this game. Has been playing it since before I have, and was one of the highest rated players in the beta. Was one of the highest rated players in the first couple of months that Mecha was out. You'd see him at the top of the ladder all the time. So as Whooped predicted, here come the 3 crawlers. 3 crawlers on the line in front. The other 600 that was left for Cheese went into 3 levels and range enhancement. There's a reason he does the flank on round 4 when he can, and that is to fund exactly this play with the 1,000 that he's got available on round 5. Now, he was able to also squirrel away enough to take the orbital bombardment by selling out of one of the steel balls. So he's selling out of this front, dropping the orbital bombardment over the cluster of units that B Station Commander Instructor has. But here you go. The Wasps with range, able to close on those Mustangs. They've got enough tankiness to survive and kill the Mustangs. They're doing 404 damage per shot. That is pretty much enough to get them through the Mustangs. The Wraith over here was level 2. It's actually the gold damage dealer due to getting to work through the tower debuff. Is it able to bring down the level 4 marksman before it goes down? Kind of trade equal there. That is unfortunate in that it has denied the experience to the Wasps. If he wins, Farmer got to witness the rapture. There we go. Farmer down to 3782. Cheese at 3562. We go to round 6. Efficient tech research immediately for both players. Sure. Does not matter that you're 2 techs in to this board already. You are going to need so many techs if you're Cheese, so many techs to run the gospel, that it really does help a ton. And same over here, you're thinking of how am I going to defend this tower? One of the interesting games we saw last night that beat the gospel. One of the ways to beat the gospel was leveling this thing up to level 5 and running away. Basically putting all of your defenses over here. So, yeah, this man is about to learn why Mustangs aren't great into this, but he is going to take some crawler replicate on the line, get the replication happening. Should win this front line, although I think the Wasps are going to one-shot every crawler. So, right now the Wasps one-shot the crawler, one-shot the level 1 Mustangs. They no longer one-shot the level 2 Mustang over here. So that was pretty clever to take the intensive training. Also throwing up the shield. And Cheese has the ground specialization. So churning through things. That's why everything's turning into one-shots now. Uh-oh, the Mustangs are locked on the armored rhinos. Bit of a problem. 1 steel ball shows up, 1 steel ball not enough. Does get to towers first, technically. Even takes the tower down first, technically. But yeah, level 5 tower and running away was one of the strats that caused some trouble. Caused some trouble for Cheese last night. Straw Hat down to 28-21. Right, but people, the first round, there's so much psychology to it, right? Mustangs are good in as a defense to this, but you've got to prioritize the rhinos as much as the wasps, and that's exactly right. People don't give the respect to the rhinos. The wasps are the heroes of the first 2 rounds, and you think of it as I need to answer the wasps the whole rest of the game, rather than I need to answer what I'm actually seeing. Here is a good answer. We've got range and fortified target lock on steel balls. We're going to get the locks on those rhinos. We're going to ignore the... we can position right up on the line, close enough to prioritize the rhino. Now, I've seen this one play poorly, where I have experienced this guy locking into the crawlers. I'm really interested to watch this bottom left steel ball and see whether it manages to lock the rhino or not. It should lock the rhino. The rhino should be the in target and in range, but I've seen it do it wrong a couple of times, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Want to watch that one. Hey, Hen Joga, thank you very much. Says keep up the work, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Love this game. Here is Cheese's response to the replicate. Hey, fine, you want to have tech crawlers? I've got drill and replicate. I'm going to win the head-to-head there. No, it does get the lock, so if there was something wrong there, it's been fixed. That was admittedly a couple of months ago that I saw that. Again, this tower goes down first. The Whirlwind Rhino, though, level 3 and deep in. So, can you believe this thing got locked by crawlers, or by steel balls, right off the rip, and Cheese takes that all down so quickly that the level 3 Rhino survives. That is just amazing. Spade says, in his Wraith version of the Gospel gave me so many issues because I practiced against the Rhino version and he didn't play it. Yeah, you knew who you were going to face. You wind up seeing something just subtly off. Yes, he does. He has a Phantom Ray version. It's true. It's true. Lightning Storm. This, we saw people misplay this against Cheese and the Mecha Mini Masters. Get the spell, drop the spell over the flank. Don't even worry about it. Go ahead and have the spell target your own units. You don't care. You literally want the optimal spell deployment over that flank. Because these wasps are chewing up the front. Whatever your front is getting chewed up so quickly that it really doesn't matter. Just put the spell, literally put the spell here. So that it's, yeah, it's hitting my own shields. I don't care. Like, I want the center point of the bar almost down the front of this flank. Yeah, the bombardment not on the flank was shocking in that one game. Yes, this is the Wraith plus Rhino version. Had you seen this one, Spade? But he'd already teched the Wraith early on. He's got this one up to level 2. It will include degen in a minute when he needs to finish this off. And adding degen to this flank is just brutal. Ferrosark says, my kingdom for an Ion Blast. I actually don't mind the Ion Blast when I'm in the flank. It does a lot of work, but people rarely get it positioned right. I'm usually able to wreck the positioning quite a bit with a mobile beacon of my own. And here we get the kind of the other version of the finisher. Rhino and Wasp coming in over the steel ball, coming straight through the front door, getting right in on the tower. You can see how devastating that Lightning Storm was to this flank. So B-Man finally going to win a round, and the front door does not go down. Cheese knocks. B-Man refuses to answer, and that is just how vulnerable this build is. Cheese goes from incomplete control to 1,008 hit points in a single round when it goes badly. You can do a lot of work against it. Here's the sabers. Double tap sabers to answer the rhinos. Probably substantially better than the fortified target lock steel balls. The fortified target lock steel balls are also up to level 2. They're a lot tougher now, and you can conceivably get them to heal through the wasp damage with energy absorption at this point. Cheese took the Rydens. I think he's sold one already. Trying to fund stuff. Here is the degen beam. So this is what I was predicting, and you'll see what a difference it makes in terms of how quickly he's able to punch through things. Boy, this is where the sabers are going to go. Close the front door. Shut the front door entirely. He did, in fact, level those crawlers on the flank. They're all level 2 now. B-Man has taken the levels opposite as well. But, yeah, the Straw Hat in trouble. It's going to be level 2 against level 1. Tech v Tech, it's even, but the degen beam tilts it very heavily in Cheese's favor there. And, of course, there's the Whirlwind as well. So, Whirlwind does not do friendly fire damage. It's only going to hit the chaff that's in close to you from your opponent. And see, the steel balls are surviving now. And the Wraith's in trouble. Front door goes down. Cheese has knocked through the front door, gets the tower. Now he's working from left to right across your radio dial, across your monitor. You guys aren't listening to me on radio? Why do we not have a... That's it. I need to talk to Bear. Like, why do we not have a live radio broadcast? Cheese in on the second tower. Everything is stuck in the oil for B-Man, and there's only a couple of Mustangs left. There's no Mustangs left. This will be a round for Cheese, but we've dropped the 2100 drops down to 1393 for the Straw Hat. Cheese at 1008. We go to round 10. Back-to-back games. We've picked a 10-rounder. Part of the art of casting these weekend tourneys is picking the good matches. You're voting for AM radio for the broadcast range at night. Excellent. I think we can do that. Anybody have a radio license? I used to have a ham radio license as a kid. I think it became lifetime at some point. So I may actually still technically have that. But it has been forever since I did anything with it. You used to have a ham radio license? Like, when I first got them, they were not a lifetime thing, and you had to re-qualify on Morse code. But then they were opened up to voice so much, like the voice channels were opened so much that I think they became a lifetime thing. But I have not followed whether that's remained true or not. And Joga, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Orbital Bombardment came back around for Cheese. He's also picked up the Wasp Swarm. Wasp Swarm between the towers with this many techs can be pretty deadly. This Mustang is already pulled. This Mustang is already pulled. Nobody should be engaging with them. B-Man, oh, Kaiji to it. I like this crawler. This crawler is here just to distract these wasps and pull them up into the front Mustangs. So really trying to kite them. So yeah, the middle wasps get shot down, but that has bought some time out here for the outside wasps. The orbital bombardment is devastating. The orbital bombardment is so devastating that the wasps have flown into it. She's hitting his own men, bringing down his own air units. And it's not going to matter. He's going to win this one again. Late tower take for the Straw Hat. but that thing is a monster. It's a level 4. It's only going to be a 3-second debuff. It's only just gone down, and so has the surviving forces for B Station Commander Instructor. The Instructor down to 462. The Pastor, well, wait, the Cult Leader. The Cult Leader at 1008. Now there's a nuke. Are we nuking the flank or the main? Okay, he's nuking the front door. Cheese can nuke his own territory out here very usefully. This is where I would put it, right here. Literally, just let yourself lose on this side and nuke where opponent is going to run into. Cheese instead takes the portable shield. Portable shield is going to go on this Rhino, trying to get that Rhino to survive the level 3 steel balls. I don't think that's the spot for it. I think the spot was on one of the air units that are not getting burned down by steel ball. Interesting play here. The Void Eyes with electromagnetic armor. Those basically going to turn off a couple of Wasps. The Wasps are doing 1,357 damage. The Void Eyes have 2,100. So each Void Eye will turn off the techs on 2 of the Wasps while getting hit early on. That's not going to be enough to really slow down the entirety of the Wasps. Other question is, can Cheese clear the space that this nuke is going to be on quickly enough? B-Man really needs to slow a bunch of things down and keep them in the area. For Cheese, it is now the full 4-teched Rhino with photon coating and power armor to make sure they don't get slowed down. No shield on the Wasps. If they're in that nuke zone, they are going down. Shielded Wasps, of course, a shield can completely block 1 instance of damage. So if you are expecting your Wasp army to get nuked, you give them shields, and it can help. As you can see, though, the plan is to clear the nuke zone before the nuke lands. It does bring down about a third, maybe even half of the Wasps on the board. But there's still a 4-tech Rhino running around, basically impervious to all of those Mustangs. Now the tower take and the level 5 marksman get engaged. Where is he? Level 5 marksman there. Those guys get engaged. That brings down the Rhino, and that brings Cheese down to below 0. Straw Hat had the same idea. Get a ball on the right side, and boom! The backside flank Wasps from B-Man getting in on the weaker tower this turn turned out to be really, really key. Cheese says, well played. Sends over the Rhino. I know he was really looking forward to getting that emoji, and he made it his well played. I love it. Love it. I do really wish we had energy shield on the Wasps this round. The nuke very, very deadly to this cluster. I think it basically hit these guys. He almost cleared it with temp range, temp speed, pushing through, but in the end, the Rhino makes it out. The Wraiths and Wasps were still in the blast radius, and good old over prediction. In fairness, I guessing Cheese thought his opponent would be smarter than taking the nuke, because the nuke does nothing to the Wasps if he shields. No, I think the nuke is a must take, and I think the shields are a must take for both players. Congratulations to those of you who took the Straw Hat. He is the route to round 4. Cheese knocked out of contention for this tournament. Forgotten Arbiter ends Dragon Lord's dream run. Gets the win there. LMCV upsets T-Man. Let's go. LMCV, a longtime player, 67th seed in this tournament, gets the upset win over number 7, T-Man. Wow, that is huge for LMCV. Let's go, buddy. Very nice. Stunter out and is never readied up, so that was the 39th seed out. Stunter is the 17th seed. Bren over Chiba Gold. We almost had the Rapture. We did. Chiba Gold was the 22 seed, so he's down and out. We saw B-Man over Cheese. Cheese was the 20 seed originally. So we are reaching the sharp end where some of the top players are matching up against other top players. Captain beats Snack Trash. So Snack Trash had that great round 1 win over Bratwurst. He's down and out to one of the top 15 seeds, of a 16th seed, I guess. AWM over Sledge Hamster. Sledge Hamster was the 51. So his run comes to an end when he matches into somebody in the top 10. Unsurprising. Rooster over Titan Hunter. Play Archer ends Skay's dream of a back-to-back, and Skay was trying to join the limited set of players. I think there are 3 in Skay, in Apuchi and Baller and Sacco. Is that right? That have won 2 different weekend tournaments on the same day. That's a very limited roster. As Cheese says, I can confirm I win it if I take the shields. Hurts. It hurts. But I love the fact that you can go look at a replay this quickly, even in the middle of the tournament. He doesn't even have to leave the tournament. I don't think Woot has won 2 on the same day. Don't believe that's the case. King Fury ends the position 5 carry day. Miter Peters over Ben Malls. Ben Malls was... Ben Malls was the 44 seed. He'd beaten the number 21 KSP Lapice earlier on. Goes down this time to the number 12 seed. Phantom Goon, that is a Nightballer playing on an alt with a much lower MMR than probably he should be playing at in tourney. Beats Hikikomori. Stormcrow over Atlan. Atlan, the number 24 seed, is down and out here in round 3. He's starting to really take out a whole bunch of people. Antarex from the 401 was the 37th seed. He goes down to Fleet Command. HD Susauer there, playing under his secondary name. Don Quixote beats... Is this Snowflakes Can't Wake Up? Snowflakes Can't Wake Up, the 13th seed, goes down. So we have lost the 1, the 7, the 13, the 15, and the 20 already. That is a whole bunch of top players going down early in this one. Apuchi beats Droidal. So Apuchi continuing on. Further on down, folks are getting to 2 and 1. Skip, we saw lose in the first round. A couple of other folks. Becca Mellum, who had that great game against Apuchi early on, gets to 2 and 1 over Trissa. Demandrid streaming at the moment beats Machiavelli. What a great name! What a great name, Machiavelli. And there you get down to the very bottom, the 0-3s knocked out. That does not mean that you are a total loser at this game. You just always wind up matched against somebody right around your MMR. So, it's not like D-Unit, we know, for example, is a very strong player. He's just matched up against 3 players who were right around his MMR and had a... Somebody has to get the flip tails on the 50-50 there 3 times. Right, so we will go to round 4, get into the Getting to the sharp end here. You've got 16 survivors. We were guaranteed a 7-rounder at this point. Apuchi, your number 1 seed, will be facing Captain B-Man against King Fury. LMCV, Cinderella Run from 67th, has to face a Rooster in round 4. That's a bit rough on him. But Friend against somebody who will not be his friend in this game. Stormcrow against HD Susauer, Don Quixote versus Major Peters, AWM against Stunter, but I am looking at Forgotten Arbiter against Play Archer. That will be the fun match of this round. Looks like, again, we're going to be running ad in the middle of this match. I do apologize. I'm just not set up. It won't let me press the button to run the ad right now. So, yeah, bit of a problem there. Would love to dodge those for you guys. This match, for those of you at home don't remember the OG seeds, number 2 versus number 5 in the original seedings for this one. Your punishment for losing is having to face the same guy that you faced in round 2. So he knows what's coming this time. The question is, can he do anything about it? Voice does start to go after talking nonstop. Give me a moment, I'll be drinking some water. But welcome to round 4 of a weekend tournament European number 117. Great matchup here in round 4. We've got 16 left, so this is your round of 16, right before the quarterfinals. Forgotten Arbiter, the number 2 seed, facing Play Archer, the number 5 seed. 501 versus 401. Blue versus Red. Redditor versus Streamer. I mean, Arbiter does technically stream it on occasion. But Arbiter, near side, a marksman specialist with a steel ball and hound start. I love the steel ball hound start because you can get the pacing to match up with the mech rage on the hounds. They move 14 meters per second. Steel balls move 16. That gets your chaff clear, keeping up with your steel ball. Forgotten Arbiter is the one who taught me that the hounds belong at this line, on the exact line of the towers, and I have struggled if I move the hounds even 20 meters forward the way that he has. So I'm really interested to see where he's going with this. You can see just how long it takes for these crawlers to get out in front of the hounds. And this is why, especially once these are given mech rage, they wind up charging out in front and getting involved in the fight too early. They get targeted too early to be your good chaff clear. Now, Arbiter winning on the left side with the steel balls, all overloaded on that side, and more of the hounds on that side than on the right. Play Archer came out. He's a quick supply specialist, but didn't use the quick supplies. Brought out a pretty normal marksman and sledge deploy. Added crawlers to it. Forgotten Arbiter, your favorite by about 4-1 right now. Play Archer, the 4-1 underdog. As Arbiter wins round 1. Archer started at only 3,800 hit points. He's already down to 3,490. Forgotten Arbiter at 4,300. Now Forgotten Arbiter gets his level 3 marksman. And since he's got a strong side, he's got a place where that can be protected, where the marksman can be very protected. But he's not using it that way. He puts the hit point Pinata over on the right side, has it at the tower lining. I'm absolutely fantastically interested to see where he's taking this. But, definitely put our valuable 240 insight on Arbiter there. For Play Archer, he adds Stormcaller on top of this, and that is an interesting choice as well. If you can get everything to stop and cluster up, which it kind of looked like he did last turn with the vertical sledges. Played the vertical sledges because that's the a way to slow down a bunch of steel balls. You get them all locking on one sledge instead of locking on different sledges, each steel ball on a different sledge. But it looks like he's trying to just kind of create this situation where everything is kind of clumped together and targetable. But as you can see, the first volley overflies because the steel balls are moving so quickly. If Forgotten Arbiter gets to the point where he can clear this first clump quickly, storms keep missing. It's only when stuff is kind of forced to sit down and sit still that he'll make some progress. On the right side, that level 3 marksman is doing great work. So Play Archer actually going to lose on the right, Arbiter winning on the right due to adding the level 3 marksman there. So that is why he was willing to put the experience point pinata over there all on its own. And when it does go down, it goes down to the storm. So that is probably the best case loss for Forgotten Arbiter there. Down to 3778, Play Archer at 3490. Underground, mass-produced Scorpion, extended range Storm, and the deployment module available. Both players take the underground threat. That got moved in a recent patch. That got bumped from available on round 2 to available on round 3, just because it's super strong. It is stronger than one pack of crawlers, so the blue crawlers here would beat this pack of crawlers if Play Archer hadn't also taken an underground threat and had additional reinforcements arriving. Play Archer is in a pretty classic Vulcan marksman. I guarantee you Forgotten Arbiter has seen Vulcan marksman before, buddy. Pretty sure he has an answer to it. Arbiter adding 2 more hounds. So, among other things, he's got the big Titan-sized gaps here, 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 and here that you kind of see this going long-term with. Last round, Play Archer spent 50 to missile out a crawler and hound on this side. This round, the missile is going to be on the sledges, leaving... oh no. So the crawler call-in does not win the chaff war back there, but it does pull every piece of chaff and its brother into the backside, allowing the steel balls to get a quick lock on the Vulcan and bring it down. It also allowed the level 3 marksman to have a great round on the right side. By the time the chaff arrives, there's still plenty of chaff for Forgotten Arbiter. And yeah, he's all the way through to the tower on the left, all the way through the right side as well. Going to be a round win for Arbiter, and that is all positioning on the with the pull by the call-in. So Play Archer goes down to 2950. Hello, fluffiest princess. The answer is usually yes. Wasps is one thing, is one potential answer, and Worms is also very good into this. So is War Factory, just on its own. Looks like Arbiter has taken a Scorpion and put it on the same side as the Vulcan. That should help pull through the sledges. Wait, did we sell it? No, we repositioned it. Puts it on the right side, so he's got his single target on the left is Steel Ball and Phoenix. His single target on the right is Marksman and Scorpion. He's playing 2 completely different comps, depending on which tower you're attacking. They are both backed up by the hounds. Flank pulls with a pair of hounds. He had this hound doing flank pull last turn. This hound will do the flank pull this turn. So Play Archer trying to answer with a Wasp drop. Well, Wasp from the unit reinforcement, I believe. It's the level 2 Fangs from the unit reinforcement. So he unlocked the Wasp himself, took the level 2 Fangs, and throws the level 2 Fangs all around his backside to play the late chaff and protection. This could have been an interesting place for Play Archer to possibly pivot to a Fang carry. Leveled Fangs with double techs. So he could afford double techs at this point, right? And depending on what techs he's got on them, have the potential to throw down Ignite against potential Worm, and it would also have been a good answer against potential Wasp. I think instead what he's thinking there is if I place them back and deep like this, they'll be able to protect against the Wasps later. But as it turns out, the pulls in the corner still shredding the middle. Arbiter with just kind of virtuoso pulls there to open things up so that he gets to both towers in time. Wins on the right, wins on the left. And that's going to be a big round damage on Play Archer. 2950 goes down to 2076, almost 900 damage there. Play Archer can take that 2 more times, but you don't want to be at 2076 having just taken 900 on a non-spell round 4. So going into round 5, that's just a rough place to be. Those pulls so strong, and Forgotten Arbiter has just leveled this outside hound as well, so that pull gets even stronger. Now he's at 3 rhinos. It's Rhino has made a real resurgence. I don't know if Cheese alone is to blame for that, or if Sacco had a hand in it, if any of the other top players had a hand in it. Rhino definitely seeing a lot more action at the high end than it had in a long while. Rhino with the armor enhancement for Forgotten Arbiter. Oil from Play Archer trying to slow down the penetration rate on the left side to at least ensure that he doesn't lose that tower before the chaff arrives. But on the right, it didn't help. The right goes heavily for Arbiter, and that is going to let Arbiter get the steel balls all the way to the tower on the left side. It's another big round win for Forgotten Arbiter. In fact, this looks like it's going to be more than the 900 damage to me. All it is how, or the only question remaining is, how long does it take the few anti-air units? I believe the anti-air consists of 2 Phoenix and 1 Marksman, and they have done everything they could and cleared out the air. It is, in fact, 1,500 damage onto Play Archer. Drops him from 2,000 to 576. He is at death's door after round 5. This is just a virtuoso performance from Forgotten Arbiter. The key element here is these 2 pulls. He's added the crawlers to them last turn, but using the hounds to just kind of pull the chaff, clear up a bunch of the chaff, and most importantly, leaving these towers wide open and vulnerable to the attack from the front. Now he takes triple Wasp for the finisher. Oil Strike is very, very loud. Yes, I'm sorry. If I could mute Oil Strike but not everything else. I think what's happening is we're getting the sound from a jet flying by right around the height of the camera here. Yeah, no, Arbiter has the balls of steel here, for sure. They've been getting that tower every round for like a week and a half. Why Play Archer hasn't gone ahead and leveled the towers, I don't understand either. Like, buy yourself a little bit of time there. Forgotten Arbiter has been relying on speed, but no loan. Play Archer obviously loaning and taking range, but not speed. Speed might have helped him get back in front of these towers more quickly. But in this round, at least with the oil lit on fire on the left side, it's much better defense for Play Archer. And we finally get that matchup that Play Archer was playing around several rounds ago when he took the level 2 Fangs. The idea being the Fangs can clean up the Wasps. The Wasps do get tower on the right side. There will be a 9-second debuff here, while Wasps and Scorpion work their way through the Giants, punch through to the far side. There's not enough left to win it for Arbiter, but he gets the tower take. He's going to get levels off of those Fangs if he wants Wasp levels, and he's dropped Play Archer down to 207 hit points. Is this... Hold on a sec. Is this accidental gospel? He's got triple armored rhinos and triple Wasps with range already. Cotton Arbiter, secret member of the gospel, playing the gospel from deep. Yes, fluffiest princess, that's exactly what I'm saying. If Archer had the upgraded towers, he wins that round. And I don't think some of the last rounds have hurt so much either. Yes, gospel from standard, exactly. Arbiter with a heretical schism off over there. Playing it a little different. But he's also done, look at this. You know, this, if I saw a low level player with this board, my comment would be, you have way too many different units. You have a whole bunch of single teched units. This is a terrible comp. Like, if I saw an 800 MMR player run this board, I would be telling them that this is a problem board, that they need to pick some units to focus on and really try to use the techs as a force multiplier. Forgotten Arbiter is showing that it is not about just the units you have, just the comp and tech. It's all about positioning, about timing. Remember how I asked what he was doing with the hounds so far forward? As it turns out, he's been using that to, with the temp speed a lot, to just create the pressure, the tempo pressure, in terms, not in terms of tempo of the hit points, but in terms of when in the round they're able to engage. Where, you know, by using the pulls to ensure that the hounds get far enough forward. Now you've got those armored rhinos way far forward and tanking. The steel balls bring down the shields. There's nothing left to defend the tower on the right. This level 3 Scorpion should get it in a moment. Something else got it first. Might have been the marksman. The steel balls are feasting on giants. Arbiter is feasting on the number 5 seed, the Russian going down. Arbiter making it look easy. And it is not easy. It is not easy to beat Play Archer, let alone to beat Play Archer this comprehensively in 7 rounds. 2200 MMR already in Season 4, and he will finish substantially higher than that. Of course, Forgotten Arbiter at 2300 will probably finish this season at 2600 or more. Yes, exactly. Exactly, for Fluffiest Princess. I'm sitting here critiquing Arbiter's board. You know, you have way too many units with 1 tech each, or no techs at all. You're playing an entirely aggro comp from standard. This isn't working at all. You know, if I just looked at this board, there's no way. This just doesn't work. But obviously, Forgotten Arbiter showing how it does. And the key element to why it worked and why it worked so well is the amount of timing that he's buying out of these flanks. It's much, you know, very reminiscent of the way that you can make a sledgehammer board pop by running a sledge flank with that sledge and crawler out here, and they just seem to take forever to die. Narrator, it was in fact working. next he'll play an entirely standard comp from Asim Aggro. Arbiter just out here styling on the boards. No, it's not. No, I have to play with a certain handicap. No, it's really brilliant. It's really, really great demonstration of how powerful positioning and controlling your opponent's units by where you have placed your units is. And one of the other things is he's using these outside rhinos to keep those units outside, right? So he's pulled a whole bunch of units out to the flank, the wasps, the crawlers, even the fangs are running out to the flank. And then the rhino comes in and they all wind up distracted with the rhino. They never come back and protect the tower. So, yeah, Asim Aggro carry Arclight somehow. Man, you know what we need? You know what we need? We need to give Arbiter an Arbiter stream with you know, all the command, you know, all the forced unit and, you know, band unit things that we run on when we're not being super serious about MMR. At any rate, congrats to those of you who took Forgotten Arbiter, made him the 4-1 favorite. You all have paid out. I have earned some insight from that. Let's take a look around. What else is going on? Apucci had that 3 weeks off of weekend tournaments, got himself to Portugal, His brother got married. All sorts of great stuff for Poochie's life. Meant that he wasn't in Mag 1 this season, but he is back. Unfortunately, he has not been back long enough to have gotten all the way back into the groove. He has gone down to Captain. Captain, whose full name I'm not gonna repeat. I think it might be uh, offensive to some people. We'll just go with that. We'll just call him Captain. Is the 16th seed in this tournament. He knocks out the number 4 seed Poochie. So that's a solid round there for him. Number 5 seed Play Archer goes down to Forgotten Arbiter as well. So 2 of the top 5 out here. Well, 3 of the top 5 are out because we knew that Laumams was already out. B Station Commander Instructor. The Straw Hat beats Kung Fury. Kung Fury was the number 9 seed. So again, we've reached the point where there is no easy match left for anybody. Rooster beats LMCV. Number 67 seed LMCV is a long-time veteran of the game, but has never been up at the top level. He's been the Amarok level for a long time, and yeah, he was having a heck of a Cinderella run here. Gets knocked out by Rooster at this point. Fren over. Fren is the number 34 seed. Gets the win over number 18 seed, the Phantom Goon. Phantom Goon, of course, is a Nightballer. So Fren, not making friends, just taking names. Knocks the Smurf out. The Smurf or alt Baller at a bit lower than his true MMR in that regard. Stormcrow beats Fleet Command, so HD Susauer, 19th seed, also knocked out here. Stormcrow was the original 33 seed. We can jump into this Mater Peters match in a moment. Stunter never readied up against AWM, so is the 17 seed out. Match has ended. Mater Peters does beat Don Deshote. Don Deshote was the 40th seed. He'd beaten Godius Prime earlier in the tournament. So we will have 8. So let's see. Of our original top 20, number 1 seed Laumams got knocked out by the spoiler in round 2. The number 2 seed Forgotten Arbiter has advanced. The number 3 seed Titan Hunter went down in round 3, I believe. Right. Let's see. 4 seed Apuchi, 5 seed Play Archer both just lost in this round. The 6 seed Skay, the 7 seed T-Man lost in round 3. That leaves number 2 and number 8, Forgotten Arbiter and Rooster, are the top 2 survivors, and it looks like they are going to be facing each other, barring a change in minor points from one of these 7 matches that are still ongoing. We will have the top 2 survivors facing each other in the quarterfinals. AWM, the 10th seed, Mater Peters, the 12th seed, also still alive. The others are 16, 30, 33, and 34. I'm really interested to know if either of these, any of their previous opponents are going to be scoring points off of these ones. Frederick Dave, Crinatics, Titan. Is it Titan Hunter? We could have looked at Rooster versus Titan Hunter in round 3. That was probably one of the better matches as well. Who's further down is still going. Ben Malls is still going. Cheese, Ausari, Godlike. Bratwurst trying to stay alive against Loskal. But 4 to go. 4 matches to go. I don't think it's going to... they did affect it. Look at that. Somebody from... Oh, Stormcrow jumped up. So that has saved us seeing Forgotten Arbiter against Rooster, Stormcrow leaping ahead of the two of them. So we will not be knocking somebody out this early. We won't be knocking them out. Yeah, plenty of players still in even after a loss. I do find, like if we're gonna have this silly system of minor points, it really is incumbent on the players to stick it out if they can. Not everybody does, but and obviously I don't want anybody sticking it out when it's never not healthy for their mental health or physical health. But hello, Zalex. Welcome home, man. Sorry for the silence there. I was off refilling water and coffee. I like the minor points system in principle, but it does kind of suck when players drop out. Luckiest Princess, exactly. It is mathematically perfect if all players are forced to continue through the entire tournament. And then, right, a straightforward single or double elimination approach would be better. The problem with double elim is that the winner's bracket has to wait around for the loser's brackets to complete. It's true. I mean, there's no reason it couldn't work the way that it currently does, though, where it continues on to rules and just replace the minor point tiebreaker with something else, right? And to me, the one that sticks out as obvious now, and one of them is that just you could do the summed MMR of your opponents would be one way to do a minor point equivalent. Right? So like the just tiebreak anybody who's at 3-1 with the summed MMR of their opponents. Great. You've had a more difficult schedule. You got to 3-1 through that more difficult schedule. Done. The other thing you could do is score based on the initial seeding of the player you placed and do it as 129 minus that seed number. So, there's a maximum of 128 players in a bracket. So if you faced the number 1 player, you're gaining 128 points. If you faced the number, the number 19 player, you'd get 110 points. And the stronger the players you faced, that's going to sum up to a fairly high number for you. And if you've faced a whole bunch of weaker players, that's going to sum up to a much lower pieces. You'd like to see a unit ban pre-match in Karsus? We've seen that played out in a one of Starbright's tournaments. Let me see here. So Starbright does all sorts of fun tournaments in Mechbellum. So she's really kind of the creative tournament player. Her most recent one, I think, was no leveling units at all, which I thought was a really interesting mechanic. And I think I may be able to find this for you. Wave A. Is it this one? I'm trying to see if I can find the is this. No, it is on the Mechbellum Beagle Rush VODs channel. Don't know if this is the one in Karsus. I don't know if this is the one, if this is the specific tournament. But there we go. This is the channel that introduced me to Mechbellum, actually. I put the link there. But I know that Starbright organized and Beagle Rush cast, and you'll find on the Beagle Rush VODs channel, you'll find a tournament that was done with unit bans. And it is really interesting in that, for example, imagine Cheese being able to run the gospel banning Fortress or banning banning something like Mustangs. Or what if you banned crawlers and fangs, right? Like, what are people even doing at that point? It gets really, really interesting. It's really odd. So yeah, like banning Mustang is funny, but like what actually happens in a game is you wind up finding out that the units are actually do have their own roles, and this was earlier in the game, right? So there weren't quite as many units as well, but like you wind up with something that fills the same role less efficiently, right? And that's just kind of odd, I think, overall. I think we will be showing a Rooster versus Miter Peters as we go to the quarterfinals. Here are your matchups. Apucci has continued on. He's facing Demandrid down at the spoiler roll from 2-2 to 3-1. AWM, who's your number 10 seed, facing Fren, who just knocked Nightballer out of the contention for the W. Forgotten Arbiter, your number 2 seed overall, and the top surviving seed is facing Stormcrow. We've just seen him, so we're going to skip that one. B-Man, number 30, facing number 16, Captain. Given the potential racial undertones of Captain's name, I'm definitely rooting for the Straw Hat in this one. I'd like to see that moving forward. But we will cast a Miter Peters versus Rooster. Let's go. This will be our quarterfinal match. There are only 8 remaining. I'll get you channel points up in a moment. There you go. Channel point prediction is up for this one. We'll run our ad now so that you don't get one during the match. Yeah, Fluffiest Princess, if you translate that name from Mandarin, you get some potentially racist undertones. So I'm just going to go with the last part of the name, the noun, which is Captain, is how I'm going to refer to that player. Yeah, exactly. So I root against them. I do not root against many people. Okay? I want to support everybody who's playing Mechabellum at the highest level. But yes, Captain Underpants is probably the right name for that person. My goodness. Except that's too funny and familiar for them. Captain Dummy. Yeah, I'm rooting for the other guy hard in that match. And would prefer not to cast that person. So part of why I'm rooting for him is get him knocked out before I have to cast him. He's alive in the finals. We support all Mechabellum players, but not that one. Exactly right. Okay, welcome to our quarterfinals of Weekend Tournament European number 117, number 12 seed, Miter Peters. We've got 2 European players fighting for the European Championship. These are the last 2 surviving Europeans, I believe, in this tournament. AWM and Forgotten Arbiter representing the 501. But Miter Peters is French. He's in the French Guild. That's what the CDE, the Knights of forget the name. The Knights of something is the name. Chevalier d'Esprit, maybe. We support 99.99999% of Mechabellum players. You know who you are if you're not in that point. If you're in the 0.1%. Totally true. Miter Peters is, however, one of the people we support. He is a Amplify Specialist, blue, near side with the Sledge Crawler opening, adding a pair of Void Eyes as a picked up and purchased unit to counter the Steel Balls. Interesting choice for him. I would fully expect to see the Sledges vertical, but he's going to put them right up on the line. That's also fascinating. So Miter Peters wants to run some kind of aggro, but he's going to put the Sledges vertical up on the line. Rooster, of course, famous Mechabellum player. He has been the voice of Mag 1 from the 2nd season on, replaced Amarok, as a matter of fact, in the broadcast booth up there as the one of the resident experts, and that is primarily, I could not make the timing. Rooster has done an admirable job, and it's really made that role completely his own, to the point that I don't think anybody even remembers that I did the first one. He is, in fact, the elite Advanced Group 1 champion from last tournament, last week. He was the tournament champion for all of July there. He's representing the Netherlands. He is aerial specialist, and had a Arclight and Fang start with those steel balls. He added the Arclights, I believe, the steel ball, or vice versa. Game sounds are a little loud when it zooms in like this. It's true. It's true. I apologize, but do like them loud. They just get a bit loud compared to me. I do have a better mic on. Where is it? Bang Gift, maybe? Something like that. There we go. We do have a better mic listed if somebody wants to contribute towards that. I can set that. If somebody wants to do something that is not the full purchase of that, we can set it to a crowdfunding as well. Miter Peters on taking the improved firepower control system. Rooster giving it some thought before he takes one. It is, yes, it's a painful set of cards because I want all 4 of them. They are all great. Yeah, as you guys know, the gray cards tend to be the least valuable. The blue that are the second tier, and getting 4 blue cards on round 2, and they are all super powerful, super impactful. So like Fluffiest Princess said, I want all 4 of them. They're like, when are you going to let me bankrupt my economy by buying more than 1 card in a turn? I will go into debt every turn of the game to be able to buy 2 or 3 cards. I will wind up so broke I have no units left on the board. Okay, my MMR will drop 300 points, but man, I will have fun buying all the cards. Redeployment actually should be much higher. It is probably the most OP in the hands of the high MMR players. I completely agree. And Rooster skipped all 4 of them. Rooster's like, nope, I'm bringing out a giant, brother. I've got a Raiden on the board already. Aerial specialist, he wanted to spend the 400 on the giant, brings them out. He was looking at the Raiden as an answer to both the Steel Ball and both the Sledgehammer and the Void Eye. Instead, Miter Peters had picked up a Phoenix, gave the Phoenix the item, and the Phoenix is going to level. Itemized Phoenix was improved firepower control Phoenix was something that we saw really, really strong in the Mecha Mini Masters last night. And there we go. Paying off for Miter Peters here in round 2 of this one. Quarterfinal action. We go to round 3. It's still about 4,600 to 4,750. Nobody in danger yet. But the battle lines have been drawn. Tarantula taken for Rooster. He does not have great chaff there. He did have is slowly sold out of the steel balls, and had a pair of arc lights as his chaff clear. Now he's got the Tarantula. We've seen how deadly it can be to run a Tarantula into a sledge, a Sabertooth start. Why both tanks have to start with an S, please. I know it does not start the same in Mandarin, and I'm complaining about the English translation, but still. He's taken those. He knows there's no great single target on this board other than the Phoenix. Takes a second Raiden. So the idea here is the Tarantula clears the ground, the Raiden clears the sledges and Void Eyes. Hopefully, they're able to get to the Phoenix with 2 of them. For Miter Peters, he's attacking the outside tower with a pack of Wasps this round. The Wasps running into a pack of Fangs. The Phoenix are down. The Raidens will be supreme for Rooster. Looking to take back-to-back tournaments this week. He won the Advanced last week, won the Elite tournament last week. Looking to go. Hello, Bacon Gate. Welcome in. Welcome in, first-time chatter. He says, this is right side on the top or the bottom? Blue left side is near side bottom. Red is always going to be the top side, and I will not flip the camera around. I'll make sure that you guys always have that as kind of a rule on the channel. The auto camera will diagonal it just a little bit, but you should always be able to figure it out. We get our first decisive round indeed, as Fluffiest Princess says, 1,500 hit points dealt, with all the Tarantulas and all the Giants surviving for Rooster. He drops Miter Peters from 4,600 down to 3,200. Again, Miter Peters coming after this side with now the Wasps protected by a Crawler out there. The Vulcan was completely stuck and just destroyed. The outside Raiden was able to handle, especially with the sledges sold here, was able to just get in on the Void Eyes and the Phoenix really early. missile to ensure that the crawlers are done. I mean, this is very, very good work from Rooster. Now, you would look, a lot of times you would look at this and say, you know, minus 50 for the missile. But Rooster just did 1,400 hit points. 2 more rounds of that, and Miter Beaters is right on death's door. So Rooster willing to take the chance on the sentry missiles to try and kind of keep the pressure on. And the quicker he can knock Miter Beaters out before Miter Beaters can recover and stabilize this board situation, the better. Rhino is going to tank a bunch, but it goes down before it can get to the Tarantula. Now the Tarantulas and Arclights are working on the crawlers. The Vulcan got stuck on one Arclight. The Phoenix are down. This is just getting worse and worse for Miter Peters. There's nothing left that shoots up, so this is already a round win for Rooster. The question is just how bad is the damage, and if we can take out that one Rhino now, the damage will be negligible to Rooster. It's going to be another 1,000 at least to Miter Peters. He goes from 3,200 down to 1,774. The Dutchman in complete control, dominating the French right now. Miter Peters is in a lot of trouble. 2 rounds to knockout at this pace. Rooster taking 3 Sabertooth. The Sabertooth, obviously a great answer to both the Rhinos and a bunch of the things that were on offer, including the Typhoons. Miter Peters has finally kind of conceded that left side is going to have a problem. Look at this. This Phoenix did 0 damage last round. Literally got one-tapped off the line before it even got a shot off by the Raiden opposite it. So it has been jump-driven over to the right side, and it'll also be photon coating on the Rhinos as Miter Peters tries to get them to stay alive a little bit. Hey, wait. Accidental Gospel? Miter Peters in Rhino Wasp? Something to watch. He's also completely overloading on this right-hand side with the Rhino behind some crawlers over there, and the Typhoon supporting. In theory, he'll wind up with the ability to barrier so that these things can't get missiled out. Same here, so that you really can't missile things out. He's also running power armor if he needs to keep the Rhinos from getting slowed. This deep missile cost him 50 last round, costs him 50 for half a pack of crawlers this round as well. He's trying to get these things all involved in the fight earlier, but you can just see how wide open this is. It's very reminiscent of what Arbiter was doing. It's a very different pull with that crawler flank and then mobile beacon, but it's definitely very similar in terms of creating the opening and punching through to it. Although Miter Peters gets the right side tower first, Rooster eventually gets the left side tower. I think he's going to be able to clean up most of the dangerous units, like those itemized Phoenix. Those have been demolished. There's still a couple of things on the ground that can shoot up, and a couple of Wasps. Not for long. The Sabers, exactly the right counter to not just to what was on the board for Miter Peters, but also to what he picked. So, Miter Peters, in 5 rounds, has been taken... Well, in 4 consecutive, because Miter Peters won round 1, remember? So, in 4 rounds, Miter Peters has lost 4,250 hit points. He's gone from 4,600 to 356 on death's door going into round 6 here. And instead of chasing the main tower this time, Rooster is going to drop oil to slow this whole press down and mobile beacon some things over there to play defense. Fluffiest Princess says, God, that was brutal. Catastrophic tower debuff timing. Pretty much. Rooster's kind of good at this game. Just a little. It's almost like he knows what he's doing. Almost. Every time I see blue units with tech, I hope they win. They have to be my favorite unit, but I'm terrible at using them well. Smill, you are welcome to join those of us who run the gospel and run the Rhino Wasp with blue Rhinos with tech. The real key to using the Rhino is identifying where your opponent has a gap that you can exploit, and then running the Rhinos into that gap, or using the Rhinos as protection for another unit. You can kind of use them like an actual tank. But here, Rooster with double tap the sabers all along the oil. He's just going to let things run into the oil and get stuck and stopped. He's got a flank Phoenix trying to get the tower. Luckily for Miter Peters, he has a flank protecting sentry missile that'll take those two out. Otherwise, this round would have been even worse than it's going to be. But, I mean, it's not like the round looks like it's going to be good. Honestly, it does not look like it's... Oh, it really doesn't look great. Near side tower goes down. He is working on that far side tower. That far side tower is only level 1. The Phoenix got the job done this time, and Rooster has split his main force, so it's going to be a little bit of defeat in detail. The Phoenix able to be kept alive and finish off the Raiden first. Second Raiden gets the job done. That is GG's. Rooster gets it done in 6 efficient, precise rounds. Rooster through to your semifinals, looking to repeat as European champion back-to-back weeks. That is just gorgeous. Just gorgeous, Rooster. Miter Peters put up a good fight, but I am really wondering. To me, it felt like the Void Eye purchase is a bit of a throw. It won him round 1 against the Steel Balls, but it kind of puts him 2 deploys down on things that are just not useful later. And the sledges up on the line as well weren't positioned where they were getting to survive later on. Rooster's decision, we kind of said those are 4 amazing cards on round 2. Remember that Rooster passed those to bring out a giant on round 2. That giant went on to be the gold damage dealer at 272,000 damage. Wound up hosting an item, even though it did die on the last round to the Phoenix, which was in fact Miter Peters' gold damage dealer as well. That Phoenix only really had a good round on this final round, where it did 172,000 damage, mostly by taking out the Raidens and these sabers in defense. But prior to that, it was really, really mitigated well by what Rooster did positionally. Again, he used the, instead of doing the deep flank the way that we saw Forgotten Arbiter do, with the Hound crawler flank, he did the crawler with a mobile beacon. I'm actually going to probably explore that deep Hound crawler flank that Arbiter ran. We are delighted to see that Captain has gone down hard. 4,000 to negative 373. B-Man getting it done quickly. Forgotten Arbiter stomps through Stormcrow. That was probably a bit of a mismatch, a bit more of a mismatch than anything Forgotten Arbiter had faced since round 2. We will step into AWM versus Fren. And congrats again to those of you who supported Rooster in that match. You guys have paid out 1.65 to 1. AWM here is the number 10 seed, was also the 8th place finisher in Advanced Group 1 America's Elite. But Fren on the far side, cost control specialist, with the whole bunch. Is he playing the old Woot style? It looks like it. Overlord artillery with jump drive for Fren. Now hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. I just have to know. Now, Woot is not currently streaming, so this is not Woot on an alt. I don't think. But Fren does get the round win with a Woot-esque play. Meow, hello, little Miss Dumpster Fire. Camera, sorry, one moment. We were zoomed in. Yeah, so you guys can see, again, Friend running that Woot-style Overlord push with Mobile Beacon, using as many of them as he can, and relying on Overlord artillery to get the tower. AWM defending that by leveling this tower all the way up to level 4, so it'll be a 3-second debuff when it happens. The problem is these things are doing their damage, 21,000 damage from the level 3 at 140 meter range, which is pretty darn solid. No way to intercept it. It's not a missile. It just lands well. AWM, look at that. He's got the Vulcan drop in the middle to pull the chaff and destroy it, with the Phoenix coming in after a level 2 tower. So 3-second debuff from here, 7-second debuff from this one. But he's got to get that debuff triggered. It's not happening. It's still not happening. Finally gets it, but now his Mustangs, etc., are running into the fire. They do just barely turn around, but it's up to, what, 2 Phoenix at this point? The 2 Phoenix are able to get it done for AWM, and with a Farseer in here, anti-air Farseer with laser sights as well. AWM gets it done, gets the win. Your number 10 seed is through to the semifinals, holds off the giant boat stack with a clever little jump drive flank from this guy, and a bit of luck, I think, with this Phoenix using jump drive's speed. It's moving at 21 meters per second. Kind of overflew the slower Mustangs to get in on this this tower. This tower being only level 1, it went down in 2 shots, one from each. Well, 1 shot, first shot from either Phoenix, and that saved a bunch of the Mustangs from running into the fire over there. So really solid play from AWM. He's through to the semis. That sets our semifinal lineup, and semifinals will be Straw Hat, Forgotten Arbiter, Rooster, and AWM. Station B Commander Instructor through to the semis, facing AWM, Forgotten Arbiter versus Rooster. Again, this is a legend in the game, right? This guy's been in the game forever. Streaming on Bilibili, has been streaming there for a long time. Has a huge audience. Where's he at? 143 currently live viewers at the moment. So bigger than the stream you're on. Amarok the goat, how goes it, brother? Hello, Mortar Mike. How are the Bellum runs? I went 6-3 yesterday. Had a great little climb, and then got to cast the Mecha Mini Masters with Nathanius from StarCraft 2 fame. Had just a blast. That was super creative games. A lot of fun over there. That one was great. And then we've got this one. We're in the European weekend tournament, which is one of the in-game tournaments. And jump back out here. They run some scheduled in-game tournaments. There are 3 weekly tournaments. The Asian was won by Skay. The European, we've got out of our final 4, we have 1 European left. The defending champion Rooster, 2 players from the 501, the Americas. And B Station Commander Instructor, a legend in the game from the 201, the Mandarin speaking region. So those are your final four. Looking forward to seeing any of those four is a deserving champion, of course. And you know, if the favorites win each time, I think you wind up with Arbiter against the Straw Hat in the final. So that should be a lot of fun. Should be a lot of fun. Stick around. That'll be about probably 30 minutes out before that final shows up. We're going into the semis right now. I'm just waiting for the last couple of matches to finish up. We could jump into them, but I don't know that we really need to. Grappadura against Axe Army. I've never heard of either of them. Fraudulent against Fleet Command. That's HD Susauer, the German player. That could be interesting, but it looks like it will be over. Becca Mellum's having a good run. Gotten to 4-1 after losing to Apucci in the very first round. Who else is having a good one? We know Apucci's up to 4-1. He's knocked Demandred out. Play Archer got back up to 4-1. That's your number 5 seed originally. Number 4 seed originally. So they're both going to finish in the top 5 probably. Well, I'm not playing. I'm just shoutcasting this one, Mike. Just giving the hype. Just giving credit where credit is due to those folks who are out and playing it. I will be playing in the Americas this evening, but that one's still about 3.5 hours out, 3 hours 18 minutes out. So should have fun. I've never actually won one of these weekend tournaments. I've managed top 8 finishes a number of times, but never quite got myself in. I think my best all time is 4th. But again, they're tough. They are tough at the top end. So whooped. My moderator stole 3rd from me in that tournament too. Unforgiven, man. Never letting him live it down. He stole 3rd from me on minor points. I mean, earned 3rd from me on minor points. Thrown under the bus, whooped. Anyways, Mike, I totally recommend heading back, and if you've got some mecha watching time at some point, and I'm not live or anything, totally recommend yesterday's VOD. I think it's great fun, in part because the first that 9-match run, I think I ran different builds each time, so it kind of gives you a different sense of things that get done and be successful, right? Like, so it's not just builds that builds you can run, but builds you can run and win with. And then the other one is then it goes off into the tourney cast with Nathanius, and it's just a lot of fun. Two geeks geeking out on a game. You do have some VOD time tonight. Very cool. Very cool. You like to recap on stuff uber late into the night. That's actually what I do. I throw on VODs from channels that I like and watch as I'm falling asleep a bit. And it does sometimes. If I wind up with something that was like, oh my god, this was super compelling, it winds up like, oh hey, I am here I am for here I am at like 4 a.m. and like, holy heck, I'm pumped. What's going on? Why am I up at 4 a.m? I've got to be casting a tournament in 7 hours. We're not going to get that Rooster B-Man showdown yet. Looks like we'll get the Forgotten Arbiter versus Rooster. That's the 2 seed versus the 8 seed coming up. And then we will take the winner of this match. We'll be facing the winner of B-Man versus AWM. Let's see how it goes. We'll jump into Rooster versus Forgotten Arbiter, your weekend tournament 117 semifinal. Number 8 seed, number 2 seed. I'll put channel point predictions up for you. I'm really grateful to Forgotten Arbiter because his name is exactly short enough that it fits my format. If he literally had one more character in his name, I would not be able to do the predictions. For the last couple of matches that he's been in have taken up exactly how much space Twitch allows me for prediction titles. But prediction is up for those of you that enjoy your Gamba. Number 8 seed Rooster and number 2 seed Forgotten Arbiter, the two top seeds remaining in this tournament, will be matching up in about 50 seconds. Of course, you guys will see it in like 55 because there's that like 2 to 10 second delay, thanks to Streamlabs and Streamlabs and Twitch. Quick shout outs to those of you who support. Appreciate it. Here are the other ways you can support the channel. Follow on YouTube. Viewer hours on YouTube are a necessity to get me up to the monetization level there. Need about 4,000 hours of viewer hours there. Buy me a coffee. Donations go to Gifts for Kiddo and supporting the stream. And then you'll see if you look at the stuff on Throne. Again, it is either Gifts for Kiddo, supporting Kiddo starting streaming, or things that would upgrade the stream here. Appreciate all of the support. We go to our semifinal. Number 8 seed Rooster will be Nearside and Blue, choosing from a Fire Badger specialist, the Giant specialist, Training specialist, and Sabertooth specialist. I imagine like this starting pack sounds like it should be really good to me. Hounds and Mustangs. It's one of my lowest win rate percentages, so I do not want to see him take that. He skips it. He takes the Sabertooth with Tarantula and Fang. On the far side, Red, Forgotten Arbiter goes for a Quick Supply specialist with Mustangs and Crawlers. That can be a really strong pack. It is a really weak pack into Tarantulas. That is probably the matchup Arbiter did not want to see to start with. The Tarantulas will just devour all 5 of those units. So Arbiter spends his quick supply monies and picking up 2 Sabers. Going to count on the Sabers being able to negate and counter the Tarantulas, and puts them far enough forward that if the Tarantulas get a lock on the Saber, that's just going to be tanked all day, allowing the Mustangs to survive cleaning up the Fangs. And in theory, the Crawlers are just the Chabers. There we go. Yes, the good thing about Quick Supply is that you can just afford to just go into the Saber if you see spiders opposite, which is exactly what he has done. And Rooster, he's looking at, again, Rooster does not know the Sabers exist. He could predict it, but he's looking at this right now. So instead of buying, instead of spending money on a single target unit that would counter the Sabers, he instead picks up 2 more Crawlers, which would sort of, they are kind of the right chaff against Mustangs. There is no dedicated chaff clear that is not the Mustangs. So as long as the Crawlers get out in front of this Tarantula, you're going to be kind of all right for a minute, with all the chaff clear working it slowly through the Crawlers there. These guys herring off to Narnia is not helping Rooster's case. The Sabers get the locks, the Fangs are cleaned up. There's a couple of things left, but they're going to waste their debuff, their 9 seconds. Precious 9 seconds being wasted just walking across the board. And oh, by the way, the Tarantula's out in front, and the debuff is worn off just as the Saber engages with it. Oy, that's ouch. That is painful. So, Arbiter, round 1 comprehensive win drops Rooster from 4,500 hit points down to 3,879. To Narnia and beyond! Exactly. Heavy armor for Forgotten Arbiter, that is making one of those Sabers, probably the pivot point one. Yep, the pivot point one here. This is a salient, right? So that is the most exposed corner of Arbiter's army, and it needs the health more than any other point on Arbiter's army will need it. Rooster goes into a Saber of his own, so Saber countering Saber, and gives it heavy armor as well. So these two, whichever one of these two goes down first, I imagine the other player, the player who takes this one out first, it should win the round, is kind of how I'm looking at that one. I'd be watching those two as kind of the key place to have your eye for this round. This Crawler just very late, but also protecting against any kind of shenanigans, like a flank from Forgotten Arbiter, Sentry Missile protecting against a flank over here. I loved the Saber, the Stangs, and the Crawlers, but I felt like the series kind of went off the rails around Voyage of the Overlord. Well played, Turbo. Well played. Again, this guy is headed off to nowhere. So Arbiter, we talked about Arbiter controlling aggro by playing those deep flanks in the last game of his that we watched. Here he's controlling Arbiter, or controlling aggro by not widening the line to ensure that this guy doesn't get involved in the main fight. Does look like Rooster has won the Chaff War early, but the Sabers are not engaging with each other yet. They're in fact going to engage with each other last. This guy gets the lock first, and like I said, whoever loses that Saber is going to be in trouble. We're going to see this one play out much the same way the last round did, where the Tarantula, a little bit faster than the Fangs, gets out in front and gets wrecked. Another 500 hit points or so damage drops Rooster down to 3326. Arbiter in command after 2 rounds. Well, what can Rooster do to turn it around? He's got choices from a Fortress, an Arclight, a Vulcan, a Sandworm. Unfortunately, opponent already in the Sabertooth that would kind of counter these 3 options if it can get the lock. So none of these are great helps to what Rooster would want to do. If he wanted to pivot out of the Tarantulas, he could be potentially dropping back off the line a bit and giving Arclights with range from a more standard position, but it's very late to be making that transition. This would be kind of his last chance to do it round 3. Instead, he takes the Fort. Arbiter takes the Vulcan. Fort out here where the hope is it can get an instant lock on this Saber and bring the Saber down. Now remember, the Saber does more damage per shot. The Fort does more DPS if you figure out through the attacks times a rate of reload. And of course the Saber has, the Fort has more hit points as well. So the Fort should win this. There's a Tarantula over there to make sure it doesn't get stuck on Chaff. There's a Crawler over here to make sure that the Saber doesn't attack directly. Arbiter, however, goes for the opposite thing. He's dropping oil. He's got a Vulcan to light all the oil on fire. And just going to make sure that his heavy armor Saber gets the engagement he wanted it to get with the units he knew about. The Fort out here is going to have, it's going to be living its best life. It's fine over there. It's kind of out of friends. And Arbiter has that Deep Hound set up again. Again, just to distract any chaff that's behind the tower. In this case, the Hound had enough time to summon in, kill that backside Crawler. And it looks like it's going to debuff the tower right around the time that the super heavy, or the heavy armor Saber engages with the Fort. God, Arbiter couldn't have written that script better. One of the best players ever to play the game, dropping the European champion down to 2,600 hit points. Additional deployment for Rooster. Can he turn it around? He's going to need more units to do it. Speed, I would imagine, for Forgotten Arbiter, although the nuke is possible, and he might just skip or take the take either of these. I know he does highly value these. I think in his position I'd be valuing the speed, but we'll see. See what he takes. I also see, I mean, it is round 4. Additional deployment slot is going to be a lot of value if this game goes long at all. Rooster using a little mobile beacon over here to ensure that units don't go off to the tower. Wants to get them in the fight. Arbiter does take the kind of traditional value unit, the additional deployment slot. I can imagine a Crawler on this line being part of that deploy set. That Crawler would be to eat this sentry missile as much as anything else. It's double tap on Rooster's Sabers, and he has sold out of that Fort now that after showing the exposed Fort on the line. So what he's got done is kind of brought Arbiter into this Crawler to block that first volley, and the Steel Ball to get the lock on the Fort that used to exist. Those are kind of 2 dead deploys into the Sabers, the ranged Tarantulas. This combo should just eat that alive. On the flank, the missile does, I think, just take out the Hounds and allows Rooster's units to get back out of there. Steel Ball's got good locks on the left, and actually, I'm wrong about what he gets eaten alive. Arbiter pushing through on the left, gets another lock with those Steel Balls. It's only when the crawlers arrive that things start to go Rooster's way. Even then, the Mustangs are able to clean them up. Double tap Sabers are getting the job done, and both heavy armor Sabers go down around the same time. This round, another win for Arbiter, but it's not as great. Not as great of a win. He's dropped another 500 hit points off of Rooster. You're down to 2052 for your defending champion, your elite champion from last week, from the month of July. Hasn't won a round yet off of the number 2 seed in this tournament, Forgotten Arbiter. Over 2,300 MMR already this season. He's, despite the MMR reset, he is well on his way back into the 2,500, 2,600 range where he finished season 3. If you ever get the chance to chat with Forgotten Arbiter, he's really, really thoughtful about the game, has great insights, has great, I think he's got great ideas for the direction of the development of the game. Makes a compelling argument, for example, for getting rid of the, and has for a long time, to be fair, made a compelling argument for getting rid of upkeep as a mechanic for balancing Titans. And there are some fundamental problems with that as a mechanic that he's been able to highlight. We're very much in alignment, in agreement about that, he and I. Splash for Rooster, that'll help against the Steel Balls. It does feel like it shouldn't. If you're relatively new to the game, reducing the attack by 40% feels like it should be a debuff, but it's actually makes you very strong into things like Steel Ball and Sledge, where these, you can see that it is hitting both Steel Balls in that pack. It's only once it's targeting a single Steel Ball that it's doing it more slowly. Arbiter has added these Wraiths over top. Rooster had added the Void Eyes with range to try and provide some additional single target damage. The single target damage gets kind of mitigated by the amount of chaff that's coming through, and the Wraiths are winning the chaff war. The Hounds have won the flank. They're going to get the tower debuff, and another round for Arbiter. He's just always one step ahead right now. Rooster responding to what he saw last round for the most part, and Arbiter playing a round ahead of that. Rooster down to 1282. What are you possibly going to do? Okay, throwing a Lightning Storm over top of everything Arbiter owns. That's got to be tempting. Arbiter sees that as the possibility, and instead of throwing down his own, puts down a shield. Takes just the free shield, essentially. This is, you were going to spend 100 on a standard shield for 40,000 hit points that you're never going to get back. You might as well spend 100 on the shield airdrop, which is 50,000 and comes down every third round. So this game goes to round, round 9. Forgotten Arbiter will get that shield back, and that will be additional value. But for now, he's got that in place against the Lightning. The Lightning Storm should eventually burn through 50,000 hit points, but it takes it a while, and it'll depend on random number generator to see how quickly it gets it. He's also got it perfectly protecting the 2 packs of Mustangs, and especially the level 3 Mustang that has been so valuable for him. Down in the corner, it is a pack of level 1 Void Eyes trying to answer the level 2 Hounds there. They all lock on one Hound at a time, so a bit of a problem there. You can see they're still locking one Hound at a time. They do eventually win the fight down there. The Lightning Storm has not yet brought the shield down. Now it does, but it brought it down with the very last Lightning Strike. So that ensured that the level 3 Mustangs survived for Arbiter. But Rooster shielded it, right? And that shield has survived the round for Rooster. So, barring anything untoward, Rooster winning on the ground. The Farseer handles the Wraiths. The Farseer was a great ad for Rooster. Went ahead and unlocked it, just paid the 50 to unlock it and get it on the board. And that turns the tables, at least for this round. Arbiter will be down to 3350. We go to round 7 of this semifinal match. And for the first time, Rooster showing some signs of life. Has he stabilized, or was that all the storm? So remember, Arbiter skipped the storm to take the shield. So he should be 300 economy ahead in terms of the main army. Now he takes the incendiary, drops an oil on top of it. So there's the 300 that was spent on the storm last round. Goes into Arbiter just torching all the world's chaff. And he's got those close enough to the midpoint that they're really tough to defend. Rooster takes the shield airdrop, places it almost preternaturally. Look at this. Places it across the midpoint of the board, blocking the center line of both of these, and almost blocking the intersection of the two of them. If this shield were just 5 meters further to Rooster's left, I think he blocks the intersection and keeps all of this oil from getting lit on fire. But instead, I think the oil will light. Well, no, because the last piece doesn't drop that far out. It drops right around here, right? So I think the shield is going to block the fire from lighting the oil. It'll be really interesting to watch, because the piece that hash mark is part of the oil. I think the last bomb that drops the fire lands right about there, though. Well, oh, he's moved it. It's not going to matter. They are going to light for sure this time. There you go. That was the spot that last piece dropped. So it would have been blocked by the first shield placement. It was not blocked by the second shield placement. Arbiter also added a whole bunch of hackers, a pair of hackers over here, level 2 with barriers up, and kind of trying to use those to get the good locks once the chaff was deleted. As you can see, has gotten through the tarantula over there. One hacker down. The upshoot is down. There's one Farseer left for Rooster. There's one Wraith left for one very wounded Wraith left for Arbiter. It comes down to Mustangs versus Farseer. Farseer level 1 beats the level 3 Mustangs there. And yeah, you deserve your close-up, buddy. Well done. Who's a good truck? Who's a good truck? Who's a very good truck? Okay, you've got Arbiter down to 3,100. Rooster hanging on at 1282. Photon emission and javelin, orbital javelin. Orbital javelin, the take for both players. And interesting choices where you put that one. I think if I'm Arbiter, I would be putting it on the Farseers somewhere. Trunkcoon, once again, is playing a bunch of other robots. Yes, Hexton the Third. Exactly. Trunkcoon does it again. Orbital Javelin over here is going to be taking out the level 3 Void Eye and this level 1 Tarantula. I think trying to make sure that this barrier and the hacker last a little bit longer. Level 2 hacker now has range as well. For Rooster, the Orbital Javelin is taking out the level 3 Mustangs, and oh, by the way, the level 2 hacker. So that should be pretty valuable take for him. This Mustang has been having a great game. Overall, it's done 185,000 damage. Arbiter has sold out of this flank hound down here. Nothing left on the bottom right. More level 2 Farseer, and notice that he's not putting them next to anything that would be a javelin target. Has them out in space, where he was pretty sure that those were going to survive. I think this round should be looking pretty good for Rooster. I love the orbital javelin that he got on those level 3s. On the right-hand side, however, the hacker hacks the Farseer that I wanted to see javelined. That turns around and gets a tower debuff. It's almost like Arbiter is really good at this game. It's almost like he's really, really good at this game, guys. And that is going to collapse the entire board. Is there 1,000 to 1,200 hit points? Not quite, I think. But oh my god, Rooster has 1 hit point and a dream. Literally, the fact that Farseer was debuffed from 300 hit points to 250, and 1/4 of that 1/4 of that gets applied was 75 hit points, right? Sorry, not even 75. Less than that. Leaves Rooster with 1 hit point left going into round 9. Time for the comeback of the century, guys. I cannot believe that you guys did not bet on this. I put bets up on this, and nobody wanted any part of it. Stay tuned. We're going to run our ad. We'll be right back with the finale of this one. Don't go away. Rooster with a Abyss. Trying to turn it around with the Abyss. Abyss, of course, great against the Hacker Shields. Good against the Wraith, but there's... it'll be a Sandworm with Mechanical Division. Austenberger, you don't need drivers to Gamba. You just need a text entry. It shouldn't be that hard. Now I almost hope he turns it around. You're saying there's a chance. There is a chance, for ladies and gentlemen. And we'll find out in 15 seconds whether Rooster has made the right plays. There, he's gone to a Subterranean Blitz. So, these things are faster. Improved speed. They move 3 meters per second faster. That should help them close. It also means that they're taking 55% less damage while underground. And that will help a lot against the Mustangs. It's not going to help a ton against the Wraiths. It does help against these, the Hackers as well. But it's not enough. The Crawlers are all down. The Vertical Abyss trying to get to a tower over here on the right. Vertical Abyss sweeping through the steel balls, but it is the last thing standing. The last part of Rooster's dream. The tower take, brutal. The Mustangs are locked. The Wraith is locked. That poor Abyss did its best, but it was not enough. Forgotten Arbiter getting the win. Your number 2 seed is through to the finals. Let's find out who he's going to be facing. Knocking off your European Elite Champion from July, Rooster. Gets all the way to the semifinals, looking to go back-to-back. But Forgotten Arbiter in full, in prime form right now. 3,000 hit points left, and looked in complete control of this one through most of it. Rooster able to stabilize for a couple of rounds there. But your number 2 seed advances to the finals. Let's find out who he'll be facing. Straw Hat is down under 1,000 hit points. You have to head off before the final, Fluffiest Princess. Well, I hope you come back and catch it on VOD. Don't, just bookmark your place. Bookmark your place. It'll be here waiting for you. You clip to the 1 hit point goat. Let's go. Beast Station Commander Instructor getting to the left side tower, but AWM still has overwhelming force on the right side. And looks like AWM, you guys might know here in Twitch chat as Westmonland. You see him around. That is AWM as his chat name. Looks like he is creating problems and wins this round at least. Drops Beast Station Commander Instructor down to 730 hit points. The Straw Hat is looking for that final against Forgotten Arbiter. That would be 2 of the long-time greats facing each other. That's a final worthy of Mag 1, in my opinion, if we can get those 2. But Beast Station Commander Instructor has to turn this around and beat AWM. Westmonland getting it done right now. We're in round 11 of this. It is, in fact, a Wraith off. It is triple Wraith with floating artillery array, range, high explosive ammo for AWM. Only range and 8-gun for Beast Station Commander Instructor. He's adding a mobilized battleship. The battleships are 2-teched, so that's a heck of a way to get some value. Photon emission for AWM that is both, protects the 30% health, 30% damage taken, but it's also a huge hedge against opponent taking Degen Beam, because a successful Degen Beam play at this point would win the game. So AWM making sure that that can't happen. I think a successful Degen that wasn't Photon from either player would have ended this. With the temporary Overlord and the double techs on the Overlords, this round is going really heavily for B Station Commander Instructor. He has taken down everything but this right side Wraith. The right side Wraith level 4 with a improved firepower control system finally gives up the Ghost. It's a... Wait, is it a round win? There's... Oh, wait a sec. It's level 3 crawlers with drill against a level 4... Level... What the... I didn't get what level those things were. Alright, this came down to a crawler v crawler. Look at that. Flame skin crawlers. When was the last time you saw that? 730 for B Station, 1794 for AWM. We go to round 12. Now remember, weekend tournament games have a 13-round cap. AWM does not need to knock B Station Commander Instructor out. 2 more close rounds like that don't significantly change the hit point bars will result in a win for AWM. So B Station has to take some risks, has to make a higher impact plays than AWM can. He's not able to take Degen Beam because we know the Photon out there will really counter it for most of the start of the game, most of the start of the round. In fact, I would be worried about seeing Degen from AWM at this point as a knockout blow, but that does not seem to be happening. Sir, do you have 4 tech steel balls with armor enhancement, mechanical division, range enhancement, and energy absorption? Wowza. That's a play. The Mustangs I was talking about, I finally got to clicking on them. They're around level 4. One of them able to level up to level 5 if wanted. There is the Degen from AWM. That should be crippling if it is not played around by teching Photon for B Station Commander Instructor. Effects of Degen Beam are reducing speed by 40%, reducing attack by 20%, and taking an additional 30% damage when attacked. That minus 20% plus 30% swing in damage dealt is pretty crippling if it's not protected against. There is, believe it or not, another temporary battleship on the board for B Station Commander Instructor. There's a temporary battleship back here on the flank from AWM. That gets to the tower. With a tower debuff and Degen Beam, this should be GG's. The ranged burst mode aerial spec, burst mode aerial spec on the Farseers doing their best for B Station Commander Instructor, but the Straw Hat is going down. The power of the Degen and the call-in Overlord just too much to withstand. AWM is through. B Station Commander Instructor, we got to see him from round 1 of this tournament, make it all the way to the semifinals, looking to come back in as one of the legends of the game. Would have been an incredible final to get him against Forgotten Arbiter. Again, that's two players who've been around longer than Amarok, if you will. Your computer decided it needed to restart right after your last message. Oh dear. The winner of that one was Forgotten Arbiter. He will be facing AWM in the final. Coming up in just seconds. I'm going to run a long ad now so you guys don't miss any part of the final. I apologize to anybody who missed the end of the Forgotten Arbiter match due to ad. Not the way I want that to go. We'll make sure that does not happen to the finals. I was just out of snoozes. I've been trying to manipulate that to prevent you guys from getting ad debuffed during a match all tournament long. We had a couple of rounds where we had to show them in round 4 of a match. I hate showing them at the tag end of a match. Welcome to the final of a weekend tournament 117. European. Number 2 seed Forgotten Arbiter, number 10 seed AWM, Arbiter, you guys will know from Reddit, you'll know from Twitch. He's in every 2000 plus MMR players chat all the time. It seems like AWM is Westmoreland. He's often here in Amarok chat today, full concentration mode. Hasn't said hi or anything. Maybe he's in the Apuchi chat potentially, but I think he might just be head down, focused on winning a tournament. And he's going to have to bring his best to beat one of the best of all time. Forgotten Arbiter in the final. We'll be right now. We'll be right back. 90 seconds away. Arbiter is a really nice guy. He'll give you advice after a game if you ask, for sure. And welcome in, Ocelotus. How are you doing today? I hope things are well. You are just in time for the final. Well, we've got a minute before the finals. I want to brag. You made it to 1450 MMR. Congratulations, Smill. I have to work hard to stay ahead of you. I'm only about 200 and I guess 230 ahead of you right now. You'll chase me down in no time. Well done. I can do that, Ocelotus. If you've got a replay you want to throw at me, we can take a look at it. It's only 3 rounds that you caught. Okay, can do. Welcome to the final. We've got a legend of the game and generally all-around nice guy, Forgotten Arbiter, near side blue, number 2 seed in this tournament. Number 1 seed got knocked out in the second round, so Arbiter has been in pole position through most of this tournament. He is facing the number 10 seed AWM, who just knocked off the Straw Hat in the opposite side semifinal. Forgotten Arbiter just beat Rooster, your defending a European champion. So one of these two will be hoisting the title. In about 20 minutes. Channel point predictions are up. Don't miss the Gamba this time, Fastenberger. Amplify Specialist for Forgotten Arbiter, who is near side blue. He's got 5,000 hit points. The 3 amp cores spread around. Again, with this formation where the hounds are slightly ahead of tower, and the steel balls are a bit further up than people who play them from standard. We saw him use this to great effect. I called it out when I first saw it, that these hounds, when I play them this far forward, they are too far ahead of my chaff, and I have problems with it. I have to play these hounds about 20 meters back. What Arbiter did in that previous game to make this forward position work was those flank deploys of the hound crawler pairs, pull late chaff aside, and that allowed these hounds and the steel walls and crawlers kind of get in on towers early, like a lot like using a sledge flank to kind of have these long, strong sledge flanks. You can see how close this is, that the crawlers are only barely in front of the hounds at this point. And, you know, it like when I play the hounds from there and I take Mech Rage, I wind up with the hounds in front of those crawlers and getting engaged. And that's really been problematic for me. So it's really fun to watch Arbiter pull something like this off, where it is not a standard positioning. Everybody else who's playing hounds seemingly playing them at the tower line. He's got them 20 meters ahead of that. And he makes it work for round 1. AWM down to 3890. Forgotten Arbiter on 5,000. There is heavy betting already, and Arbiter a 10-1 favorite on channel points. And more than that in game, a 250 to 18 favorite in game. So probably about 12 to 1, I would say. Arbiter taking a Phoenix. Again, that Phoenix is part of this pressure on that tower. It's what he did last time. As the Hound way wide, you've got room for Titans in here if he needs to make that pivot. Look how precise that positioning is. 70 meters wide, exactly room for a Titan. And then the Phoenix fitting in the perfect line with the Hound and the Crawler so that he can pivot to anything he needs to over the course of the game. But in the absence of a need for those Titans, that Phoenix is lined up straight with the tower. So in theory, this is an aggro tower push. It's just starting from a lot deeper, right? And that was what he made work when we saw that in, I think it was the the round of 16, right? We saw that match. That was his match against Play Archer, where he made that work so beautifully. So the magician said Arbiter's a nice guy. He'll give you advice after a game if you ask. Tyr says, yeah, but only because he thinks he is better than you. No, Tyr, he is better than you. That's the thing. It's egotistical if you're wrong. It's not egotistical if you're correct and polite about it. He does push through to the tower. That's exactly what I was talking about. Those the steel balls and Phoenix get through. That's exactly what he ran against Play Archer, and it works much the same way. He hasn't done that. Hasn't done the flanks yet. Hasn't needed to do. But those can pull this further apart for him. But getting through to the right side tower lets him win round 2. He's got AWM down to 3320. You've got Wraith, Fire Badger, Marksman, and Scorpion all available as the option for the take here. AWM taking the Scorpion. Nymphalok says he is probably one of the top 3 players right now. Has probably been one of the top 3 players for as long as I've been playing the game. To be fair, probably he may have dropped down into top 5 at some point that he was feeling really weak and the meta didn't suit him or whatever. While sick, struggling from illness, and with forced to play on an ancient laptop, he might have dropped down to 6th. All right, you have Sledge flank with Mech Rage. So we talked about this play. This is exactly what I was saying Arbiter is sort of doing with the Hound play. So again, the idea here is to pull back. So both players going for those deep distraction flanks on round 3 of this turn of this match. So it's going to be really interesting to see who handles them better. This is actually a really good answer to pulling apart Arbiter's answer. Really distracted his forces. The Scorpion on the left side, unfortunately, has been pulled into the middle by AWM's units. AWM pulling an Uno reverse, gets in on the tower first, gets to clean up. It's very, very nice. There are a couple of players with Arbiter in their name who are not Forgotten Arbiter. Just to clarify for what's going on in chat. As bad as that pull looked, Arbiter still cleans up with the level 2 Scorpion, protected by a Phoenix behind it, so that it didn't just lose to this Phoenix directly opposite. Phoenix again directly opposite the tower. No chance of getting pulled. Well, I mean, chances of getting pulled aside, but during the attack phase, it's coming straight in on the tower if that becomes the nearest available target. So really interesting to see that despite getting pulled this hard, Arbiter winds up winning it. I'm interested to see what he does to respond to this, or if he doesn't feel like he needs to respond to it and just levels the tower. It'll be level 1 Rhinos. We saw how he used that to keep the pulls wide. AWM doing almost the exact same thing that we saw from Play Archer with Wasps out there to answer this. The hounds don't shoot up, the crawlers don't shoot up, the crawlers that tend to come a little bit later in it. So, the wasps will clean up, but it is still about creating the mismatch and, the pull out there, to the positioning incorrectness, if you will. For Arbiter, it is the round 4 play was armor enhanced rhinos, level 1 on the flanks. That's just enough hit points to kind of shrug off the sledges. The punches at 3560 are enough to punch through a sledge at 3478. That is correct because the tower healths haven't happened yet. I think that breakpoint changes the opposite direction after you've taken the 1-on-1, is what I remember. But right now the rhinos can one punch a sledge. On the far left, there's just enough wasp to protect AWM's Phoenix from Arbiter's Phoenix, and that does a 1,500 point round for AWM. He's brought Arbiter down to 3540. You get to round 5. ER Phoenix the take for AWM, trying to keep those things engaged and positioned a little bit better. Arbiter takes barriers. That's kind of a commitment to a ground giant of some sort. That is one of the items that I take very infrequently. So kind of interesting there. You'll get a Vulcan as the home for the barrier, and it'll be a Vulcan with Scorching Fire for Forgotten Arbiter. Again, that was kind of middle chaff clear units. Scorch helpful against the sledges. The sledges back here are level 2 on the outside, level 1 up the middle, and then level 2 at the tower, level 1 outside of tower. These guys are probably never going to get off of level 1. Mobile beacon to keep the Phoenix out front, but it gets them out in front of everything. And they only have 115 meter range. Oh, 115. He used the extended range Phoenix to give himself the extra 20 meters, and then concedes the 20 meters by taking charged shot. But at the end of the day, minus 20% attack, plus 175% attack. These Phoenix are doing 13,000 damage per shot at 115 meters instead of, whatever they were doing, which would have been 6478 at 120. So 5 meters of range less, double the attack essentially, and off and running. T-Man with the raid. Hello, hello. For those of you that don't know, T-Man, of course, I did call out earlier in the match, earlier in the tourney, was, is T-Man in the game, but has begun streaming again. Can be a really fun watch. There's the link for him. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. We are in the finals. Forgotten Arbiter has just been dropped down as low as we've seen him in any of the matches we've jumped into. He has been brought down to 2116. Number 10 seed AWM on the verge of an upset. He's won 2 rounds in a row, now adding a level 2 Sandworm back here. Same mobile beacon. He's using the extended range Phoenix to fund essentially the range penalty of charged shot. And here he comes up the gut. Being able to put those Phoenix straight onto the Vulcan barrier let him bring that barrier down really, really quickly. Now he's adding a pair of Sandworms to it. Arbiter, we're going to chaff for that Phoenix. No chance of anything else on the board bringing these Wasps down. The Wasps will be out wide with the Rhino, and then when they arrive late, there they have an aerial specialization, so they should prioritize targeting the Phoenix if they get close, or if the Phoenix tries to get close. Dirk Disper, thank you very much for the follow. Round 6 of this tourney. You've got Arbiter throwing down oil, again trying to kind of let the Phoenix get out in front of everything else. The oil won't slow the Sandworms down, they travel underground, but it can slow down all of the sledges, etc. second Vulcan, and actually what Arbiter is going to light all of this down once things get slowed down. The Phoenix come out in front, the ground gets lit on fire, all the late arriving chaff has problems. The Scorching Flames Vulcans are not super effective against the sandworms. Problems. The Wasps do get in to engage with the Charged Shot Phoenix. Charged Shot Phoenix pretty terrible at bringing down Wasps, wasting a lot of damage on overkill. Wasps finish off the job, and Arbiter will win round 6 by air, aided in part by lighting the entire ground on fire with the Vulcans in the oil. Still, win a round. Enjoy your pink Phoenix skin. Good choice on the Wasps. He is not running the Gospel techs on the Wasps, running more full carry Wasp with range, aerial specialization, elite marksman, and energy shield. So leveled up, those things can become quite a danger, right? In a different way than the Gospel teched Wasps can. They can really start outranging things. But in particular, the reason he's running these is that they can win the air v air war against the Gospel Wasps. So that, I think, is a part of his answer to defending them. And the reason there is by outranging them, they do less damage to ground targets, they'll do more damage to air targets, and outrange the opponent Wasps. Arbiter, it's even at 2116, 2432. Arbiter goes for the War Factory Gut Punch. So he's got the hounds out here that are pulling things apart. AWM is mobile beaconing his worms over to that side and trying to apply the EMP burst over the secondary Vulcan and any other units that are out here, while still hitting the EMP against the barrier. His worms are in tears because he has clicked end deploy and sees them running into the, or mobile beaconing, into the War Factory. The War Factory has a basically unimpeded, it's going to be doing 16,800 damage every 0.9 seconds into anything standing in its way as it tries to get in on the tower. Now, AWM does have ranged anti-air wasps. Those will outrange the anti-air wasps from Arbiter, but the War Factory gets into the tower. That's going to let things engage during the tower debuffs, and because those ranged AA wasps were locked onto the War Factory, the AA wasps over here get to clean up. The Rhinos meet in the middle. The War Factory is 500 and hit points of damage. AWM is down to 311 hit points. He's still alive. He's got a chance, but he cannot afford a single mistake against Arbiter. Not the position you want to be in. Shield over the War Factory, in part to protect against Sentry Missile, in part to protect against some of the things that could be up front. Mobile Beacon comes back in defense rather than going forward after the tower. Not doing the sell and reposition sort of trickiness. AWM's answer to the War Factory is ionization on a Ariadne. He's got one on this tower, one on this tower. So Arbiter is, again, going to be positioning the War Factory to kind of get behind some of his own chaff. I wonder if that is going to cost him the Wasp v Wasp. Maybe not, because this is level 3 Wasps now with range versus level 2 with range opposite them. And he brings in one more of the level 1 up the middle. So the air war is pretty even in terms of techs, etc. That's going to come down to which side gets to engage first, because which side has beaten the chaff. Who wins the chaff war is going to be critical here. If Arbiter can win the chaff war, he'll bring down the Wasps and the Rydens. if AWM can win the Chaff War, he'll have the ranged ionization Raidens able to clean up the Giants. Ionization turns out to be halfway decent against the Rhinos. There's only about 3 Wasps left for Arbiter. He does have a tower debuff working. Tower debuff is just worn out. The Raiden has cleaned up. There are 2 Wasps and 1 Phoenix left. Make it 1 Wasp and 1 Phoenix. And it's a close fight, guys. The air war came within inches of going either direction. AWM wins it this round. Forgotten Arbiter down to 13-16. AWM holding on at 3-11. Acid Blast. Acid Blast in the middle of the board, where it could affect either side for AWM. That is going to depend on the mobile beacons. He's going to have to use his mobile beacon to ensure that his worms don't wind up trying to fight from in there. He wants to make sure that the Vulcans are fighting from the acid, not the not the War Factory. Arbiter places his acid in almost the same spot, so he's kind of counting on... Oh no, and Mobile beacons his War Factory back. Okay, where is the War Factory going to fight from? The oil in front of it for AWM would have slowed it down if it was pushing forward. Arbiter obviously not planning on putting a second War Factory down over here, but not getting rid of this one. It did 138,000 damage. They'll be engaging with the sandworms if the sandworms wind up in the acid. If AWM tries to shave the corner of his own acid with a mobile beacon that kind of comes right up here, he'll be fighting from inside the acid. And he does try to shave that. That is very painful to see. He needed to exaggerate it further out. Of course, he doesn't know where the acid is going to be. Will Arbiter be able to stop those worms and force them to fight from in the acid? And his Vulcans have stopped just behind the acid. Almost perfectly behind the acid. Will the worms come out and fight in the acid themselves? He needs to get them back up on the surface. They're not on the surface. They're going to pass underneath the acid for AWM. Pop up on the other side. Nice. Shaving the corner did work out for AWM. And now he's got 3 surviving Raidens, plenty of surviving Wasps. And is that enough to win a European title for AWM? It is! Forgotten Arbiter knocked down and out by AWM in the finals. Congratulations, Westmoreland. Well played. Well deserved. He gets the win at the end. I think he got very, very lucky on the sandworms stopping to fight from right here, ducking under, and surfacing to fight on the other side of the acid. That's got to be disappointing to Arbiter, but great mobile beacon from AWM. I thought he was in trouble when I saw him place it down, but no, it worked out perfectly for him. Bit of luck there. A bit of luck. Yeah, winning by inches, nothing better. That's amazing. A deuce. One of the things you've got to do with a worm board for opponent is keep them on the surface. One of the ways that I tend to do that is by trying to ensure that there's kind of a constant drip of crawlers coming on that side of the board. So in this case, it might have been, my board version of this. Not that I'm ever going to get into this kind of board. I'm not at Arbiter's level by any stretch of the imagination. But my board version of this, I'd have had to have some crawlers kind of like here and here. I guess that's sort of this group for Arbiter, but nothing nothing doing as they are kind of have all arrived. They kept the worms on the surface up here. Uh, also, question, super strange question, but would Arbiter have done better without temp speed this round? I kind of want to see that in replay. And the reason I ask that is, uh, yeah, his Vulcan stopped outside of the acid, engaged other things, but they also moved far enough forward that AWMs stopped on the far side of the acid itself. So both sides were kind of fighting across the acid with the sledges right here, the Vulcan right here, the sandworms right here. And it just makes me wonder if going 3 meters per second slower would have allowed some of AWM's units to walk into the acid and changed that whole engagement. But again, there's no way Arbiter's going to know that in ahead of times. That is um, just beautiful. Westmoreland says, "Hello, Amarok. Thanks for casting the game. Arbiter had my number for sure. I got lucky with the drops. Still on the moon, regardless. You absolutely deserve to be over the moon. Congratulations. Beautifully played. Beating a legend of the game in the finals of a weekend tournament. That's good. The only thing better would be beating Arbiter in the finals of like Mag 1. Congratulations, man. You absolutely deserve this. It's been a long time coming. And now you seem to be in the fight for any weekend tournament in a any time of day. And hey, it's not a professional tournament. It's not a full professional tournament. There is no prize on offer, but Toast's got you covered. She's giving you a tier 1 gift sub for the next month. 550 gift subs in the channel, Toast. You are a legend. Thank you very much. And congrats to Westmoreland. It's fun to watch somebody. It's fun, really, honestly, it's really fun to watch two players of this quality. And congratulations, by the way, on getting past Straw Hat in the previous round. We got into the very end of that one. We didn't cast that one all the way through, but great work there as well. That is another long-time legend of the game that you beat there. I was saying going into that one that between them, Arbiter and Beast Station Commander Instructor have both been playing the game longer than Amarok. It's impressive. Not a whole lot of people can actually say that. So, we just have to wait through a couple of other matches finishing out. Apucci did beat the Straw Hat in that final match here. So Apucci into the top 5 with that win. Rooster should be into the top 5 with a win over Stormcrow. Bren over Ben Malls. Fleet Command over Play Archer. Chiba Gold got to 5 and 2. Very solid capsize as well. Becca Mellum facing Patty. We know who we're rooting for there. Room against Antarix. LMCV getting a top 20 finish with a win over Snack Trash. Nicely done. Sorry, with a win. Godius Prime goes down to Gaz. Interesting. Forgotten Arbiter. Technically, your third place finisher will be classified 6th due to not wanting to wait for the final screen to go over. This is another thing that seems odd to me. If you've played through these 7 games, it really shouldn't ding you for abandoning at that point. That seems a little strange to me too. But it does drop him down a couple of places. He should have been, I think he would have been ahead of Fleet Command and 3rd officially. But clicks the abandon button and gets dropped to the bottom of the 6 and 1s. We will be showing a little bit of a replay from, he said it was about 3 rounds that he managed to catch from Ocelotus Gaming coming up after this. And probably taking a brief break. I'm going to want to, if I'm going to play the Americas, which is, believe it or not, coming up in just 2 hours and 15 minutes, I'm also going to need to do a bit of a dinner break, get some cooking done, check in with Kiddo when Kiddo gets back. Kiddo has spent the whole day at their crush's place, hanging out. I don't know if the crush knows that Kiddo has the crush or not, so I'm intrigued. I want to know more. It's in the replay area of the guild. Cool. I'll get that downloaded here in advance while we're waiting. Arbiter had such a great run, too. AWM to get the championship with wins over Duyet, Sledgehamster, Stunter, who didn't ready up. I think Stunter was the 17th 17th seed. Then beats Fren. Fren was coming off of maybe an upset win against Nightballer in round 4, so was playing well at that point. B Station Commander Instructor, the Straw Hat, in I think that was that 11 or 12 rounds? Yeah, it was 12 rounds, right? Because I was talking about, as we were casting that one, I was talking about how you could almost run out the clock and win that game because you were 1,000 points ahead. The round 11 had gone down to just crawlers for both sides. And then dropped to 311 hit points in a dream, turns it around to beat Forgotten Arbiter in the finals. That makes AWM your weekend tournament 117 European champion. Congratulations, Westmoreland. You totally deserve this screen. In memoriam, take a screenshot. Don't ever forget it. You should be over the moon today. Fleet Command, your runner-up, HD Susauer. Nicely done. Fren with that win that we were just talking about over Nightballer comes third. Apucci, fourth. Rooster, fifth. Forgotten Arbiter would have been classified fourth if he hadn't abandoned. Does, in fact, classify sixth. Ben Malls, Play Archer, Chiba Gold, and a long time, a great LMCV. Never quite been up at the top of the table, but he's in the top 10 here. He is a really fun guy. He's been playing this game for a long, long time as well. So congratulations to him. AWM, you are our champion. We're going to show you down through about 50th to show the other folks getting good finishes. Congratulations to those of you who are getting your name in lights, maybe at the highest level that you have before. Congratulations to you folks. And we'll save the blushes of anybody further below 50th, where Cheese 2-0 to start this one. It goes 2-2 before abandoning. Knocked out of the Mecha Mini Masters and not placing as well here as he might have wanted to. Congratulations again to our top 5: Rooster, Apucci, Fren, Fleet Command, and Westmoreland AWM. Congratulations, Fox. You the champ. Of course, we'll be taking about 2 hours before the Americas. I'll probably do some of that time on ladder to get myself warmed up, but I've got to eat first. We are coming up on this replay. What am I looking for here? Replays in this one. Never seen this before. I didn't play it. Okay, well, let's find out what we got. Liberator versus Evil Twin. The question is, how would you fight this? This is... Oh my goodness. Okay, well, let's see what we have. It is Void Eye Madness. There's nothing on the board other than 4 tacked Void Eyes. Literally. Evil Twin has nothing but Void Eyes on the board, guys. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I take it back. There is, in fact, a Wasp. So, the techs on the Void Eyes here are Aerial Mode, Electromagnetic Armor, so the EMP turns things off, Energy Shield, and Range. I do think something with aerial specialization is a good shout. The melting point is useless, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think that is what you needed at all. The fire here is going to be brutal. The EMP helped out this way. Personally, what would I be doing? I would be taking advantage of the terrible formation here to basically try to do kind of what we saw both AWM and Forgotten Arbiter do in previous, in their round 4 and round 7 games of that tournament, respectively, where I would be trying to punish the positioning by pulling things out to the side and hitting these guys from long range. I'd also be doing something, I suspect, into this that anti-air Fort would do decently. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's not. Maybe they have too much hit points. 7,000 hit points and a shield, 7,000 hit points. Yeah, you might need something, something better. I suspect just AA Wasp probably does this. AA Shield Wasps should shoot faster than these do. They would shoot more frequently. You've got a shield, they've got a shield. Yeah. Right, because the rate of fire at 1.4 seconds versus 3.2 should shoot through them. Other things I'd want to be doing is just kind of distracting them with the ground game. Some kind of crawler. A crawler ground game would do quite a bit. Don't know. This is... Why are we into melters? I mean, it turns out Melter might actually be good against these guys. And opponent has slapped down six sentry missiles to try and clear out this side of the board. But yeah, this just feels like there's not enough legitimate chaff on the board for this fella, for Liberator, right? If he's got a whole bunch of chaff crawlers, etc., you're gonna have some problems. Right, as soon as you shoot any of them, as soon as and like that is what Liberator's just not understanding, right? He's got 2 techs on these melters. As soon as the melter connects with any one of them, it loses both the techs, right? But something like actually burst mode Farseer is probably the best thought. EMP AA Wasps are actually the counter here but people only run EMP Wasps in free for all. That's a good shot. And then regular EMP techs shut down the EMP armor tech and then doesn't get EMP'd itself. That's the other thing. You could conceivably run that off of EMP from the Phoenix. 120 meter range. These things have 145. Do we care? We get them up to 135 with a temp range. We're only outranged by 10, and we EMP them. No one was able to figure a winning strat. It doesn't feel to me like this is unbeatable, but it feels unbeatable in the moment, right? Because you wind up with, with the board, you're in a board state that he's created that you don't tend to know or understand really well. But yeah, AA. I think if we had committed to burst mode and EMP on the Farseers, I think Liberator wins. He's got way too much invested in these melters. It's almost like he's playing the melters because he expects something else ahead of this board. You can see he's actually doing decently well on the Mustang side. And I don't think honestly, the Void Eyes really wouldn't be clearing a bunch of crawlers well either. Almost wonder if the solution is non-teched things. Would be funny too. You're in the rookie bracket, so I'm sure the higher level players could deal with it. Right, yeah, fair enough. There are just so many, yeah. This is a weird board. It's wired for sure. He's cooking for sure. So a couple of things I would do. I would be throwing some stupid stuff out here. Right? I want some dumb things here, and maybe a steel ball and a wasp or something up the front. So the wasp eats a sentry missile, or the first shots from this guy, and the steel ball can get in on the tower. It's done every once in a while in free-for-all, exactly. EMP wasps, if you had EMP on the bar, I'm not going to run EMP on the bar. I think for this person's board, if he just buys a Zillion Farseer with burst and EMP, he's in really good shape. Other possibilities could be EMP on the Phoenix, and enough Phoenix, especially if you were in something like cheap Phoenix. You're only behind 1 unit in terms of deploy, and your tech loadout could include shield, range, and EMP. The EMP turns off these guys. Electromagnetic armor grounds them with the aerial mode, so they can't even shoot back. I think you'd be in good shape there. So both of those are the... all right, yeah, Photon, anything dealing with the EMP from the voids, stopping them from being as annoying. That buys you, 20 or 25 seconds at the start of the round, right? But that's part of why he's so far back, is that these are, not necessarily... so he's kind of allowing some of the time to expire if somebody were to try Photon. But opponent over here is just so far back that he's not making use, like, he's not taking any advantage of the fact that this is a terrible deployment position. And he's not taking any advantage of the fact that opponent is just kind of invested in the tower levels here. And then he's in these two, which are just getting EMP'd. He's got range, but no EMP on the Phoenix. The Phoenix is hit once, don't kill, right? At 6,000 damage, they don't kill something, they just turn off the shield. And then they're out of range, so they kind of move slowly into range and get shot down. And we've got the Farseers that, with burst mode, could be doing a lot of damage and a lot of splash, but aren't doing the EMP that would be helping into that group. Yeah, Farseer missiles are the Farseer missiles hitting, right? Are definitely, they are... So the missile on the Farseer is its main gun, so it counts as hitting, which is turning off the text due to electromagnetic armor, but it would also be carrying the electromagnetic explosion if he was taking it. So, and he would be dealing the explosion, the EMP explosion, over the 8-meter splash, which I don't think is close enough to hit the second Void Eye over. But yeah, Mass EMP, yeah, blue has the answers on the board. It's either Mass EMP Phoenix or Mass EMP Farseer, or both. And he's just in a whole bunch of techs on other things that aren't EMPing, that aren't turning off the Void Eyes at all. Charged ammo fangs, yes. That was the other thing. If we could just take charged ammo out of the testing grounds and slap it on the level 3 Mustangs, you'd be fine. Hey, you're welcome, Ocelotus. If you run into this guy, I look forward to seeing a full replay of how you comprehensively crushed him. Because you will see, and when you're at lower MMRs, you will see something like this, where it's like, this guy doesn't even have to win 100% of the games with it. He just has to have like a 60 or 70% win rate with it, and he's climbing, And it's just, it is. The layout is weird because it's terrible, right? You should be able to exploit all of this area. We should be selling out of literally anything that is further back than this tower line. We should be selling out of all of this and redeploying them up front to be hitting. But yeah, this positioning from Liberator is really painful to look at. But then by the time you pick it up, right? By the time you picked that game up, this is a carry that has hyperscaled. It's four-teched. It's almost too late for Liberator to turn it around, right? I do wonder if we picked it up on level 8, on round 8. Let's see if we can pull anything here. First thing, he left them kind of together, if that makes sense. So we are going to turn off the shields and then let the orbital bombardment do maximum possible damage. We want to do something like that. Why do we have 3,000? There's no way we have 3,000 cash, right? zero chance we actually have 3,000 cash. So I'm gonna play this. It's round 8. What's the correct round 8 income? Round 8 would be 1,600. So I'm gonna play this as if I have 1622 to play with, 2,200 to play with. Probably this. That was 1350, 14, 15. I've got 700 left. I've got 550 left. I've got 200 left. I've got 100 left, and we're good to go. We're floating 100, I think. I mean, for first crack at it, I don't feel like that one was terrible. I don't really mind it. Because this is just going to scale out, right? As we keep throwing things down, we throw 3 more of them out there. And, again, we're dealing with, like, these guys are so disconnected from what we're actually trying to do up front, which is getting in on those towers, and creating problems there. Like, even if we get this kind of cheese tower debuff, right? We don't even engage these guys until after the 5-second debuff is over. Interesting. All right. Where are we at? Here? Right. It looks like it works for a bit, and then there's so many Void Eyes that they outlast everything. Definitely a problem. But I mean, this guy's board is so difficult to run. I mean, Ocelotus, I'd be happy to, if you actually want to scrim that. I'd be happy to just throw down the. It looks like that's relatively, let's call it relatively brain dead. That you could just kind of run it on autopilot, and see how that one works out against you, if you want. Or I can go back out on ladder here. I mean, we can do that scrimmage off camera too, if you'd rather. Or there might even be somebody in chat that wants to do it. Yeah, don't want to sidetrack the stream. Okay, fair enough. Be happy to do it. Or if you just ping around in the guild and be like, hey, can we get somebody to scream against this a couple of times until we have a kind of a canon answer to it. And again, this will go to one of those things where Evil there will have piloted it so much more frequently than anybody is piloting the answers that he may actually have some counters to the 2 or 3 things that you might come up with, right? So, like, we said, anti-missile blank or EMP blank, right? He may have some answers in kind of the same way that we have the answers when we're running the gospel stuff with the the Rhino and Wasp attack. It's like, oh, if person does X, I'm going to do Y to counter it. If person does Z, I've got a different answer to counter it. if they don't counter it, I just win, you know. And so he may have that kind of flowchart in mind for a bunch of the direction that he would want to go. Right, Kiddo has gotten home. I'm gonna go say hi to Kiddo for a bit and put you guys on some words on stream for a minute. I'm also probably gonna make a quick early, I don't know if it's a late lunch or an early dinner, but we will get you guys on the words on stream here. Bye forever. No, it is not bye forever. Melter EMP is a missile that fires against. It's not direct when they connect. It's a EMP that fires against. It's a missile that fires against ground targets. Every buy is not for forever. What are you talking about? All right. If you've never played Words on Stream, of course, the way this works, you place your guesses in chat. Give us your in-chat guess. When you get back, you'll be a different person, and so will I. Well, technically true, you know, if all of our cells replace each other over 7 years or whatever, we are eventually different people. So you can see Faustenberger and I have typed guesses in. We have a little lock next to our name. When this little countdown timer that you're seeing right under the letters reaches the lock and starts flashing, that unlocks anybody who is locked. Right now, again, Faustenberger and Snowy Mole are locked. That means they can't guess again. Even if they made a correct guess about a word that should be in here, they won't score at all. That guess won't even count. It won't be processed after they unlock. Now they're unlocked and they can guess against. But on we go. Right, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Shine, welcome in, first-time chatter, getting order as his very first word. So, very nice, well done. Getting on the board. I'm going to be away for a moment. I'll probably leave you guys probably 2 games of this. I should be back by the end of the second game with a bit of dinner in hand. But I will return. Right. Perfect on that one. Puts us up 5 levels to level 11. Sorry it took so long. Wound up chatting with kiddo's friend's parent. Good work from Snowy Mole, Free Flyer, Larksmeister, BZL 109, and Toast to get us through that one. Snowy Mole top of the table. Kastenberger on third. BZL 109 in second overall. One of these letters is fake. You guys know the rules. You've done this before. Valuable. Great word from Snowy Mole. That should put them top of the table. Looks like Salmo and Toast and BZL all had good rounds. And in fact, there we are. Snowy Mole on top of the table. BZL, Salmo, and Toast had good rounds. Monster Broccoli also on the scoreboard this time. We'll jump through to round 12, level 12 here. Wow. Looks like the T is probably not correct. There we go. The T is not correct. Yes, Toast. Apparently, D-Vane is valid, but D-Vine is not. Who knew? Toast is like, nope, I'm out. Streamer had a good round. Snowy Mole holds on to the top of the table. And BZL, Toast, and Moss Broccoli all scoring. And we go through to round, what is this, 15? We'll be back to Mecha Melon after this one. Alright, the S is the fake, since Creed is valid. To refill water, because again, it is still stinking hot here. So, good luck getting through the round without me. Game over. We lost it. All right, let's go back to Mechabellum, shall we? Fill up water there. Made it to level 15 here. Don't know how we were doing overall, but BZL 109 had a great round. Nausis, Moss Broccoli, Snowy Mole, Salmo Cenarius, Salmo Centaurinus, and Revolutio on the scoreboard. Snowy Mole, your winner. BZL 109 second. Faustenberger third. Toast fourth. Tied with Streamer. That is the end of our Words on Stream segment. Apologies for the length of that. I do want to keep that a little bit shorter in future, but I had to talk to a parent. Yes, back to Titan Bellum, exactly. I had to talk to Kiddo's friendo's parent and get ourselves a bit of dinner. Kiddo not hungry, so I made dinner for me and not them. Sadly, they will be hungry during tournament and wanted to eat dinner together. Oh, I'm sorry, kiddo. 1685, we're facing Saksu, who is 1758. We got to get the congrats to those who bet on AWM. Out. I think Chaffbellum, exactly, Chaffbellum. What have we done? Okay, we lost one game today, so we're 0-1, minus 21, back to Mecca. What did I say they were? Something like 1758, maybe. Ooh, Speed Specialist. There is that pack that I have no luck with. We'll try it anyway. Surely this time I'll have luck with it. We've got 1,300 more hit points than they do. Speed! Gotta go fast, gotta go fast. Man, I want to try that Arbiter thing where I've got them a little bit further forward. I just don't trust it. I don't trust myself with it. Besides, he couldn't win the European tournament with it. How good could it possibly be, right? I'll just come out over here. He'd recommend spending the 200 on a Saber, but opponent doesn't have a Spooter start. They have started with the Void Eyes, apparently. Don't know. Channel point predictions are up if you want to bet on how does Hot and Headache Amarok do after eating versus a player 60, 70 MMR ahead of them. Of course, we have no idea how hot or hungry Saksu is. Did we make a meaty-looking missile target? Right here? Kind of. Just a little. On the other hand, they have Void Eyes, and there's nothing that the Void Eyes are any good at right now on my board. My board does not care about your Void Eye. Well, that's right. That's why you should have spent the 200 on the Saber, is so that opponents' Void Eyes felt useful to them. Right? I think I get it now. It would only be polite. Now, we are not Arbiter. We're going to just have a... let us have a missile popper out here, I think. If we can. And plus 100s, the Mustangs are doing some real damage. Nothing out here. What his opponent added? You needed marksman? Why? What? You took the marksman to go with the Void Eyes. I am very confused right now. Hello, Flock. Opponent is up at the 1750s. Opponent needed upshoot. Okay, I got it. Because I could have taken the Phoenix. Well, I could have bought a Phoenix, really. I guess. Sure. Making some sense. We get this tower, eventually. We take out the marksmans. We'll do 250 with our surviving Farseer. Brings Saksu down to 3510. We're at 5400. But more importantly, our thingies have leveled, and my goodness, ER Sledge. How do we feel about fast ER sledges? Or do we just additional deploy and kind of, that would be a pivot, right? Yeah, if we had AP on the bar, I would do it, but we don't. He does. Those are 4 great cards. I'm just thinking... Oh, he took additional deploy. How funny. How funny. I started 5-1. I'm now 9-11. Ouch. Whooped. I'm sorry, brother. Teach you to play through the heat of the day, right? We finally bought some single target for him to feel useful against. You're a month early to get that score. No. Early lightning storm. Sounds like a plan. No storm, huh? Alright. Bold of you. Don't mind having the storm back on round 9 if we get there. Opponent has no anti-wasp. Does have a crawler out there. Won't have much left by the time the crawler has its day. We're in on tower here. We've gone through 4 rounds with no techs so far. Opponent mech raged their sledges. Both sides have crawlers on the left side towers. And we get to clean up. I was just told by someone I got them into Mechabellum from my YouTube, but now I watch Rooster. Thanks, bud. A traitor. A traitor. Let's see what we do here. Opponent adds level 2 fangs on the front line? What? Is now into ranged charged shot arc. Okay. Maybe we sell this guy. Oh, we loose formation the crawlers now, right? Loose crawler. Maybe the fangs do well against loose crawler? 122? No. No, they don't do well against loose crawler, right? Grubby got me into Mechabellum, and now I watch Amarok. Hey, thank you, Selmo. Appreciate it. That is a recommendation and a half. Get the additional deploy that he had taken previously. Yeah, Grubby's a really good guy. Really, really fun to chat with. Do hope he stays in or continues going with more mecha for his just in, you know, and completely selfishly, not so much from the specific individuals, but as a like, no, we really want the game to grow. We need more of a player base. I don't even have a financial interest in the game growing, other than the obvious. Lots of arcs, buy more stakes. Exactly. But we also bought loose formation for the crawlers, so. The stangs were for the bangs, by the way. Yep, it is in fact a third additional deployment card, if that's the direction you wanted to go with this.
I cannot seem to get the... There it is. There it is. Sorry about that. Delay there. Sure is a lot of experience we're getting. Those do have AA, which will be a bit of a problem. With that many on the board. Interesting. What was the play there? Degen? That's really interesting. Yeah, Revolutio says trying to push the tower in standard is weird. Hey, we're trying to pivot from push tower to something completely different. Not you. Actually, hold on a sec. Do we even... No, hold on. You go there. Sell... Probably you. Definitely take you. 30 seconds, Ems. What are you doing now? You guys get that. Get that. That. That one. Opponent no take serious, opponent lose. Opponent had options. Opponent eventually clicked the AA on the arc light. But then it was a problem. Oh no! We've given them 25 hit points after our after that round. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, hold on. How did you do? 24? No, done. Goodbye. You keep getting a level. Oh yeah. Who had the better ion beam? Uh-huh. Thank you. It was pretty. And did you see his missing? Because our crawler, our rhino ran out beyond it. So, and our crawlers got out beyond it. So it was running down here. The wasps never moved forward because they have targets. These guys moved forward into it. These guys actually overran it. So these guys moved, waited until it was gone. Half of this pack loses to it. Most of this pack gets fast. And this pack suddenly becomes the gold damage dealer for the round. Gimme dim rocks. 200 to 1 underdog, sir? Why was I a 200 to 1 underdog? I didn't have Snickers, true. What's the meta for, that's the meta for 3W? Nothing can shoot wasps if everything is dead? Yes, Revolutio. Wasps with both air and ground specialization. I just kill whatever you put on the board. It has to be either on the ground or in the air. Therefore, I kill it. Let us send that one over to Cheese as well. Where is Cheese? Cheese, here we go. What the heck? How can I reload this or something? There we go. This is a perfect game to highlight why you don't put things in a perfect line. It really is. It is a beautiful line. It is very, very beautiful. When did we start this? Was this on round 7?
I think. That was really fun. I really enjoyed that one, and I've sent it over to to our friend in to our friend Cheese. I titled it "How late can one pivot to the gospel?" Anyways, and he says, "Yeah, after 6 is pushing it. Might work with a big drop." I said, "Round 7 is fine, especially after losing the previous couple of rounds." All right. Did I Mechabellum track this one? Oh, I was asymmetrical. He was symmetrical, right? 312 more hit points than we needed. MMR change good. We got like a plus 25 off of that. Where are we at for tourney? Tourney is in 52 minutes. We'll probably have time for 2 more games. Maybe 3 if we are very quick. We're not that quick, are we? We tend not to be that quick. We've reached 1710, and we're facing Zachary Resend Easy. Zachary Resend Easy? I'm confused. We've played him before, apparently. At least Twitch autocomplete on the submissions remembered him. And we match up into Saber and lose. Okay, well, it's into Void Eye for losing. That'll work too. We can lose to Void Eyes. Pretty sure we can lose to Void Eyes. Not 6 apart, 7 apart, please. 2, 4, 6, 8. There. That. This is kind of a terrible place for this marksman. Maybe back here for now. He is super deep. And he's super slow. And our marksman one-tap his Void Eyes before they really get to do anything. So that's handy. That's very good for us. No chaff clear at all on opponent's board outside of the sledges. And the sledges are down. Should be good. Not really what I want. This is interesting. That might be really good against potential hacker later. Or it might just keep him from going to hacker eventually. Play around the Rhino drop with the tower levels. And the Fangs are back there also to slow that Rhino down. Not feel like fighting under tower debuff for the entire round here. Thank you very much. You can do this the slow way. Go through a couple of shots now. Unfortunately, he will win the round, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. And it's left us a lot better position for later rounds there. I think that one's fine. 4,800 to 4,000. We'll go to round 3. Great cards all around. I think I am happy enough. Throw some things down like this. Does opponent remember that we're aerial specialist at all? Not really. We'll get a reinforcement drop in a moment. Opponent running into trouble does eventually go to some hounds. I guess for the chaff clear? He's finally decided he wanted some chaff clear. Takes 4 of them with the additional deployment slot. We've also got the additional deployment. Absolutely nothing shoots up except for 2 pairs of fangs. The Void Eyes could eventually fly, I suppose. Outside Marksman somehow wound up level 2. 1 hound stuck on level 2 tower, that's not going to go well for it. I mean, it's just going to take it forever, right? Tarantulas get to clean up. We're theoretically taking a tower eventually. Finally took the tower. But Hound has a dream. You're on a 4-11 streak. Hot Hoover, damn. Oh my goodness. It happens, Whooped. It happens. Maybe there's a slight take a step back moment in there. I don't know. I don't know. Ben Moles, rating with a party of 10. Thank you very much. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. We're sticking it out through the Americas tournament at the moment. Just won a strange one. I just won a strange one with a round 7 pivot, I guess. Oh, opponent takes the Rhino. You were the Rhino specialist. Well, that's why I didn't get a Rhino drop when I wanted one. Okay. And took the Mustang. Okay. And takes 2 more Rhinos. Also level 2. Okay. snacks. Okay. That's a good round for opponent. Love it. Quitting stream early, too tired, making silly mistakes. 13-hour streams are your limit now, I think. Ben Malls. 13 is a long time. I'm making mistakes by the end of 9. Alright? Don't overdo it. But yeah, I feel you for sure. For sure. It's amazing how much of a how much stamina it takes. It really does. No, we're gonna just hold that for now. Cheese is patient when he has to be. I can be patient when I have to be. Had some good games. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Just take care of health first, man. Yeah, okay, he's in armor. That's fair. We'll be in armor in a minute. If you like rhinos, this might be the game for you. This is the Rhino v Rhino boxing. It really takes stamina. It does, Ben Malls, and it's surprising. Like, I had a week where I was sick and I couldn't stream, and came back, and it was just like, oh my god, I'm exhausted after 4 hours. So weird. Such a weird feeling. Think. Dropping you. Going with you. We need this just in case there is a bit out there. That. Okay. Now, do we brazen it out? Body's got the drop. We don't brazen it out. We have to kind of be back here for the level 2 Rhino back. No. Do we brazen? Okay, we have to be up here. If he is back on this side of the board, we've got to missile it, right? He should even be in front of this side of the board. Let's see how it goes this time. What? EMP, Arclight, and a drop? None of that is fair. On the other hand, EMP, Arclight into the... That's wild. Also wasn't expecting the drop into my face there. For sure. Missile on the outside will get the job done. But I think opponent has finished it out. Sometimes I feel like I suck at the game. The other times my opponent casually jaws 1200 value. Jaws, drops, jabs. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Thank you very much, Ben Malls. And with the tourney, we are playing it, intending to. So good night. Wait, what just...
I just think I just busted my client. Well, that's fun. All the rocks are belong to me. Man, you just keep betting one and paying out a zillion. Okay, guys, I think I broke it. I think I broke it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We'll be restarting client. Probably. And I'm gonna run over to the restaurant. All right, it's back. It's back. Are you guys seeing it? I think acquire all the rocks. Then oh my god. Thank you, Lacius. Thank you so much. Subscribes at 10 months at tier 1 for a 10-month streak. Says I just finished watching the VOD of the Mecha Mini Masters last night. Really great cast with Nathan, and those games were crazy good. Thank you. I could not have asked for better games to cast with him, and had a ton of fun casting with him. There's the link to his channel for those that are interested. He's also on YouTube. I think we had that under Duo, something like that. There you go. Theoretically, it's there's supposed to be a space there, but I messed that up. But whatevs. It'll all work eventually. You guys can kind of figure it out. So he's got a YouTube. We've got a YouTube. Not that we're doing a ton with the YouTube. I should be doing more with it. But all right. Thank you so much for the sub, man. I really appreciate all the support. Really appreciate you guys. And of course, that was just an awesome thing to get to do with Nathan last night. We got about 35 minutes till tourney now, so it does not look like we're going to get 2 matches in. Certainly not if we have to crash and restart client between them. Now we get to face a rabid hamster. It's bedtime for me. Good night, Elisha. Thank you so much. Good luck with the tourney, Chief. I appreciate it. We'll do my best. I'm actually wondering if I underhydrated today or something, but I'm running a modest headache at the moment. It's like really impacting concentration ability at the moment. Like, what have I done to myself? We got it! We got it, boys! We got the pink hounds! There we go, there we go. Pink hounds hanging out in the forest, where you would find them naturally. Look at them, aren't they so pretty? Who's a good big puppy? You're betting for real. All right, you have bet 1 again. No, you have not bet for 1. That was last bet. Okay. We've got to... I'm imagining that his version of betting for real is betting 2. All right, Rabid Hamster versus Amarok. A match is up for betting, rock wagering, however you want to think of that.
You have 200k rocks. Oh my god, he threw 10k down on Amarok winning despite the headache. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That is some faith. Somebody should definitely pay him back by betting one on the red side. Although somebody else should probably bet for real. All right. Real odds on both sides of this one. No cheese bets. I don't know if you guys enjoy puzzlers or not, but like was watching Faith play a. I come from the before times when bets would get canceled. It's true. It's just too much mental overhead to be thinking about the wager in the middle of the match. I think. Let's see if we can just have that spot, please. But was watching Faith play a really fun, atmospheric puzzler the other day. Luto, Luto, if you're looking for it. It was a really fun thing to see. Really good game. Really well done. Great plotting. Great kind of, it was creepy, but not jump scare horror in a way that was really fun to watch. Really enjoyable. So, yeah, it was great fun. Good one to watch. Of course, good streamer that I recommend. So if you're interested in that one, but you don't want to buy the game, I would say check out Faith's VODs from the last 2 days. Not today, but Thursday night, Friday night VODs on Faith's account. And if you don't want spoilers, do not check that out. And get the game instead. It looked really good. It looked really fantastic for that kind of atmospheric horror genre. That creepy and slightly macabre, but then it had a kind of a packed some real emotional punch at the ending. And guaranteed. Well, I mean, there were I don't know. Was not a jump scare game, but it did have a couple of jump scares in it, I guess I should say. Can't promise a complete jump scare free environment. Well, that pull was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
we did finally take care of the right side bit there. That was fun. Ooh, headache is just running me right now. Wow. Teleport's fun. Hello. Also. Hello. Also. Hello. The Elite Crawler has to be the least taken card in the game, above about 800 MMR. I am guessing you are right. I would not be surprised if you are... Tower take. Team goes straight in on the second tower. Wow, that was fun. I like this bit that Arbiter was doing. I like it a lot. We've got the rabid hamster in a bit of trouble, down under 5,000 to 4,670. Okay, they're not in that much trouble, are they? We'll be back after ad with the end of this one, and then that'll be ad-free until the start of the tournament, I think. Oh my goodness, what are we doing here? All right. Oh my goodness, we get that tower a second time with those, with the same storms? That's just sad, sir. And then we get the tower. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Speed would be incredible for them, right? Did you know there actually used to be an improved crawler in Karsus? Way back when? And improved crawler did, in fact, I believe, give them extra speed. So, speaking of, let's go crazy here. Extra speed for me. In the way back times, exactly. Well, the storms are still alive there, no problem. Unfortunately, they don't get to do the same thing again because the oil is gone. That's fine. Do eventually get deep in on that tower on the right. Finally get it with this steel ball over there. Oh my god, down 200 MMR. Have you tried eating and drinking, Whooped? Eat, drink, run AC, something to cool yourself down. Rabid Hamster is getting oddly taken apart by this build at the moment. Not entirely sure how or why. Note, non-alcoholic drinks or it won't help. Not a lie. Not a lie there. For sure. Split these guys up. What else do we need? You're supposed to aim at this guy, right? Not you. I wanted you. Thank you. Get that right side tower eventually. Opponent is going to win the round. So, Rabid Hamster versus Wolf. Don't drink Death Wish water. That stuff is responsible for like 90% of all dehydration cases at concerts. 0 pH value. Wow. All right then. Noted. Noted indeed. All right, let's go ahead and drop basically straight down this corner. You guys are getting that. There. When you don't kill the hounds with the missile, Because you didn't check the damage versus the hit points. Ah, dear. Maybe he did and I just hadn't leveled them up. Hour down. Leveled forts doing leveled forts things. Tourney Reg open in about 3 minutes, so if you're in a game, this should probably be the last game. If you're intending to play the tourney, probably be the last game of the night. Before tourney. And there we go. We did just enough to get the dub. That one was pretty wild. I think rather than creating a coherent strategy, we just came up all over the place. It came all over the place for him. I don't even remember what happened in the what happened in the game against... Oh, we didn't get a save out of that one game. Okay, that's what happened. I'm like, I don't even know what happened in that game, but now I remember. We didn't get a save out of Zachary Resendez. Because the game crashed on us as we were leaving. And then this one was against Rabid Hamster, whose start was like a 1636 or something. We were asymmetrical. He was symmetrical. We took the win. And what was our final? 22-33. We were just all over the map. It was very incoherent. And by that, I don't mean like the decisions didn't make sense. I just mean that none of the army was really built to fight together in the way that you would imagine, but every piece had its little part. Opponent punished for starting so deep behind the towers. Channel point registration. No. Tournament registration is open. Holy smokes. Brain is gone. I'm going to go take a little bit of medication, stretch a bit, step away from the keyboard, step away from the mouse, Amarok, step away from the mouse. Yeah, it's the same idea with Sledgepool. You said I watched Cast play it once and fell in love with it. Super fun. Thank you. Yeah, it was. I was kind of took it from the way that Arbiter was playing it, with the Hounds, and then he played it against you in that last round, in that last game in the finals. But obviously you were able to hold him off for a minute there. Win for Incarsis. He's on 3 bets in a row, 3 winning bets in a row, taking 4,400 from the supporters of a villain. We go to 2-2 with a 1 win, 1706. We're -2 MMR for the day. So hopefully we are engaged, brain engaged for tournament. Tourney Reg is 13 minutes out. Tourney Reg open. Okay, wait a sec. That's it. Okay, everybody go to bed. Nobody else register. I'm the best. I should be the #1 seed. Hey, I saw that. Somebody else registered after I said not to. No more reg. Just me. Put me in the 17 hit. A lock! Ugh. Showing me up. The man is listening in. And register. Okay, fine. Gramps, you too. Zhaoji Quinn wants you. Okay, it's all our friends. It's fine. It's fine. I'll run an ad now so that we can run one right at the start of the tourney. I'm gonna step away, make a coffee,
Maybe even make a smoothie or something. I'm wondering if this is heat or what's going on there. Yes, exactly. That is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I did eat dinner during that during the Words on Stream break in Karsus. But have kind of like suddenly hit a wall. Dinner was more protein than carb. In fact, it was pretty much all protein, no carb tonight. So maybe I need a little bit more carbohydrate, a little bit of sugars or something. But yeah, we will be back. 12 minutes out to tourney. Get your reg in if you like. Streamer will be back. Wait, we could even put on the music for you guys. I'll be back in a bit. You can always mute it if you don't want the music, or turn the volume way down.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. When did Teddy hit 2153? Teddy at 2153. Let's go. Is that not the same Teddy, maybe? Egophobic at 2000, ready to go. T-Man at 2144. Yeah. Yes, Nick, we play in this one. All right, we have a pot of coffee going. Here's the Snickers check for Incarsis. We have a pot of coffee going, but have not yet drunk any of it. We had the dinner around 4:40. That's about an hour ago. And we've got a big old we have a big old I don't know what you call it. Smoothie, I guess. Fruit smoothie blend. Tyr is ready to beat Amarok again. Oh dear. Please don't. Not the same Teddy if you're thinking of the streamer. Thank you, Ego. That was what I was wondering. Did I remove my head? I took medication for it. But also, I figure reducing body temperature. The cold smoothie is going to help a bunch. Hopefully. You know, if we do something embarrassing like go 0-2 at the start, I'm going to blame it on the headache. Well, you've gotten all the losses out of the way, whooped. It's time to go winning in tourney. 4-13 and climbing. You're plenty warm for the tournament. Exactly. Look at the bright side. All right, gang, we have a minute and a half to go. I'm going to run the ad now. Little Mamba reporting for duty. Vlog says I play better when slightly drunk, but too much and the potato play shows up. Are you subject to the Balmer curve? The Balmer peak. This one in honor of Falak. There you go. Safe link. I promise you can click on that. It is safe. Come back within 60 seconds because the tournament's about to start. Egophobic says, have not done well since the patch. Ouch. Yeah.
And too bad MMM was not on Wednesday. Simoli says, yep, that looks about right to me. Yeah, see? There you go. The Philox playstyle. The office has beer on tap. They're Balmer Peak believers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you guys hiring Ego? In case this streaming gig doesn't work out? If MMM took place earlier, it would have been the MMF. The Mecha mini went Kerry Fangs versus Vulcan Stang and won. Let's go, tier. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Start your mechs. It is time. It is time for Weekend Tournament America's number 117. Let's go. First round opponent. I think it would be the FMM. The FFM? The Farseer and Factory Masters? Nito just hopped in today for the first time this season and drew a Poochie round 1. Let's go, Cognitive. All right. Eh. These are terrible. I don't want any of these. Opponent might be halfway decent at this game, but was the Asian Tournament Advanced Group 2 champion. Not Advanced Group 1 champion, at least. Don't really want. He's in a Void Eye start. Maybe he's not in the ideal stuff either. He's a supply specialist. Mustang Void Eye start. What? Not happy with that. Go back to AP. It doesn't take effect this game. It'll take effect from next game. Our marksmen are going to get to work mostly on Void Eyes. Not entirely, but all the Void Eyes are taken care of except for a couple on the right. Even there. Round 1 win for us. 3,800 apiece and even. Oh yeah, lucky 7. That's how I think of this guy. Biggest of all of this. Be unbalanced to the right for this turn. See how all of that goes. There is no flying. He's also taking the Rhino. Rhino in the back left corner, so Rhinos opposite each other. Opponent took a pair of Arclights to try and clean up the chaff. Rhino working on tower for me. That is a pretty good tower timing. We take care of his Rhino. And actually win the round again. So 3,800 becomes 3,380 for opponent. You can still bet on opponent. There's 5,000 riding on the rock. Nothing riding on opponent at the moment. See how this continues going for us. Keep floating. Okay, he's taking smoke. That is fine by me. Scorpion less fine by me. One more Void Eye, totally fine by me. What are you doing, sir? Third Arclight, way out on the flank there. We're going to have a very nice pull on this side when we decide we want it. Scorpion normal attacks. Nothing particularly interesting about it. Opponent does fine this round, wins round for the first time, drops us 3,800 to 2,600. The smoke, a little bit annoying, but nothing particularly awful there. Pair of shields for opponent. Right side shield came down for opponent. Left side shield too, please. Oh, come on now. That is not great. Down to 1610. Range on the Scorpions. And thinking it through a little bit. We got pulled deep into that right side kind of corner trap. People lined up on that tower, but it's just not going to get there. Outside Rhino causing all sorts of trouble. We in a lot of trouble. Is that GG's? 1610 becomes 283. Perfect. Just what we needed. I think we would have lost this one on the Wasps. Opponent's going to have more Wasps surviving than we can withstand. Is a bit of a cheeky, well played. My goodness. The cheek, the nerve. But opponent at 1920 and off and running towards what should be a pretty solid tourney for them. We are down to negative 1959. He had 3380. Never really had the never really opened up the middle of the way I wanted to. Minus 10. Congrats to those that took opponent. Kabuchi did beat Cognitive. So unfortunate draw for Cognitive. I mean, Kabuchi had a couple of weeks off too. Skay had won the Asia, is playing in his third tournament of the day. So trying to do a little bit better there than he did in Europe and trying to get a double tournament win. Add to the legend of Skay. T-Man is streaming and beating Grapeshot at the moment. Shout off Ed. None ready up from Nairobi. Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu versus Whooped. Tough draw for Whooped on a 4-13 run. Block versus Fury. Fun one. Guess who is facing Gramps? That also sounds fun. Here facing Endozoa. Let's jump into that one. They've got a bunch left. A bunch of hit points left. And Endozoa, of course, a longtime player, very, very, very good player. Endozoa near side is a marksman specialist, has produced melter and super supply enhancement. That could create some scary melters. Only round 7. We've got a laser sight on one of them and one tack already. A UA tier, a giant specialist with super supply. That kind of explains getting into the melters. S-produced melter has 10 meter less range, so you can kind of outrange them. Endozoa also running Subterranean Blitz. Tier has 5 Vulcans and Marksman behind them. The Vulcans are at Scorching Flame range enhancement. They don't have Best Partner yet. And no commentary. I'm doing commentary. Where are you? Are you not listening? Wait, what? Looks like the sheer weight of Vulcans, enough to press through for tier. Endozoa down to and out. Oh my gosh. Smack down. The 5 Vulcans able to just push through. 5 2-tech Vulcans, basically ignoring the 2 mass-produced melting points. Super supply barely paying off at this point of the game. Opponent, yeah, didn't take temp range. You did, and that's gonna hurt. But even then, oh wow, okay. Not outranged by this Vulcan on this side as part of it. Wow. Just comprehensive from UA tier. It's the W. And Endozoa, your 23 seed. Endozoa has been playing the game a long time. Used to stream, I think. I don't know if he still does. But Tyr, I've dodged you. I dodged you completely. There's no chance we run into each other. See? As long as you keep winning, no chance we run into each other. Let's see who's jump into at this point. Let's maybe take a look at Illuminati and D Unit. No. You keep winning, and there's no chance. I guess I could wind up in a spoiler role. But, I'm gonna go grab some coffee, try to get myself. Uh-oh. Lost to a 1500 last game, beat a 2K plus this game. Let's go, whoop. See? I told you. Got all the losses out of the way for the tournament. You'll get your glorious tournament win. Should be beautiful. I'll be back with some coffee after this. Hopefully we can turn around. I love first round. Yay. I won first round. Love won close enough. Did we lose voice or is it just me? It was me. I had clicked the button. I was commenting first on the mountain, saying that this was about the best that I had seen a mountain do, and that we should jump in and take the look at the player perspective because somebody had reported that it was broken. As it turns out, it is pretty broken since you can't see anything on the ground. The only things you can see are the things in the air. Pretty useless. It should probably be a little up from where it is right now. And then I thought it was hilarious that it died and just kind of fell out of frame. That was pretty funny. Tier said he was hoping to grow Best Buddy into elite electromagnetic marksman, but no, you don't. You don't get to do that if you finish the game in 7 rounds. You need more time, so you're gonna have to play with your food a little bit more if you want to get all the way to the full elite electromagnetic marksman, the elite Best Buddy build. Block said, I didn't expect my new builds to work against a good player, but it kind of did. Sorry for that one, Hackerman. Hey, Fury is a very good player. If you gave him a run for your money, a run for his money, or beat him, then more power to you. Illuminati getting the win here. It's dub. They melted by fire. Yeah, they do seem to be misnamed, the melters. I mean, melting point, I guess, because of the laser, but it does seem like it's the Vulcans that would melt things here. Egophobic gets a round 1 win over Gooba Man. Dachshund, the pup, gets a win. The wrong Teddy gets a win over Ellen. Titan Hunter beats Faith, Hope, Love. Fedez gets a win over Brojuan. Rendash upsets Vibe. Sparty over Dirty Randy. Lepaco with the win over Nightballer. Little Mamba. Craft Punk beats C Mully. Gramps over Guess Who's Back in that one. Guess Who's Strong Fallock beats Hackerman. That's Fury. So very nice. Very nice. Asking for a friend. Why don't you just click on his game and download it, man? You just go. You do that between rounds of the tourney. You just click here, download replay. You can click. You can click play from there. You know, play replay from there. You don't even have to go out to the replays thing. You can just click right here, and you're right into the replay. So you can find out what people are running during tourney if you're interested. What is Apuchi running today? What is Skay running today? You've been disconnected from the tournament for doing it? No. If you're 90s, if you do it before the regular tournament round is over, it'll bump you back out of it at 90 seconds till the next match starts. So I've done it multiple times and it's been fine. I don't know if there is or was a bug at some point, but as far as I know, you can do it over. I've done it over and over in the 2v2s and 1v1 tournaments. Headache is getting worse, so if I lose the next game, I think I'm probably going to just raid you guys out somewhere. Raymaster into backline Rhino Wasp. My goodness. Right, matches are complete. A few minutes or so until the next match. Time to grab your water, your coffee, whatever it is you're drinking tonight. minute and a half out. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're looking to get into round 2 here. Ocelotus Gaming says the rookie tournament is bugged. There was only one match. Then it said the tournament was over and one person had 2 points in one round. What? Whoa. Yeah, that is definitely bugged. That is definitely bugged. Yeah, you report that one over in the main Mechabellum forum, not the guild one, but the main Mechabellum forum. And include the screenshot and any other information you can get in it on it. Yeah, how does he have 2 wins? And what happens if you click on his user and see what matches he's played? Does he have 2 replays? I'm sorry, Nick. That is a bummer. I'm going to presume bug rather than hacking, but oh my goodness. Check this one out. Shows the same guy twice. Yeah, that's a little bit odd. Could certainly have been a Arc V Amma. Yeah, good luck. Catch you on the other side. Who watches watch? Good luck, man. We went down to 96 minus 12, I think. His second match didn't run, and it says unable to download as the outcome. Yeah, so it sounds like, you know, maybe he reported, maybe his client reports the result of the match twice, and the server did not verify or didn't protect against that. It should be locked down so that you know, it's not accepting 2 different match results from the same player. But it certainly could see how it could happen. Yeah, that is terrible. I'm really sorry, guys. Opponent training specialist might be out aggressive. We're going to start out behind towers to start with. What develops here. He is aggressive out on the outside. Pull some of the units into the middle. Some of the units will come at the tower, so he'll be kind of split a little bit. Did level a hound in front of us, in front of this right side tower. We're going to need a bunch of crawler on round 2, I think. Might be 2 crawler and 1 hound on round 2. Yeah, that's what I was... Okay, you pointed the screenshot to our general. Thank you. But yeah, it's reporting it in the mech main Discord. There should be a bug forums there that you can... yeah, even if you're not in the main... or in the special bug reporting group, there is a public bug forum there for reporting it. Yeah, getting that reported quickly so it gets looked at quickly was probably pretty valuable. You know, I was thinking I would throw down crawlers.
Park's at 4,600. I'm at 4,000. Park, of course, second runner-up in the 2v2 tournament last week. Amarok 20th in the Elite tournament. Is Park like just baiting me to gospel him at this point? Kind of looks like it. Take the round loss again. Don't mind losing a couple of rounds early. Down to 34-20. See what we can do against Park. There you go, he says. Oh, this one, right? Oh, dear goodness. Oh, that's a big problem for us. There is nowhere to report? I'm pretty sure there is. Feedback and support bug reports. It's right below Community Hub with videos and streams. About fifth. No, what is it? 1, 2, 3. It's about the 15th one down from the top of it. Got it. You're welcome. Always pleased to help with that sort of thing. This is gonna suck for now. Uh-oh, I think that's GG's. And yeah, the headache just not getting it done today. So I don't think I have the concentration to stick this out. I'm gonna go spend the night with kiddo. Deep apologies to those who we have played who are weave. I tried the gospel anyways. But yeah, I'm just the headache is just intensifying. So I don't know if I've just done bad posture today. It's what I know what it feels like in the top corner of the shoulder and neck. Like I can feel that I'm just sort of off camber or off something. I tried it anyways. I knew you were going to be ready for it, but the lightning. I actually expected you to lightning storm it, to be honest, rather than just going into more wraiths. Thought I was going to have these guys. I'm almost wondering if I'd done the mobile beacon better and come all the way across, if that last round would have been any better for me, because I can get to the second tower and engage the wraiths before the match is over. But nicely done either way. I never laid a glove on you, so well played, man. Well played. It's let's see what we got here. I want to try that last round again. Not going to be covered in glory tonight, that's for sure. What if we skip the storm and go for that instead? You guys get that. Sell. Bit rough there, but Let's see if that's any better. Throwing down the storm. Let the rhinos go punch each other. See if we can get to this right side tower early. Yeah, no, it's even worse without the storm. There's so many surviving wraiths that this force coming over is in a lot of trouble, I think. Not likely to finish off over there. Now they get the tower debuff. They get to work on wraiths during the debuff. They bring down the level 2. Bring down the 2. They bring down the 1. Bring down that one. Hold up. Do they have a chance? Not much of one, honestly. Not during the tower debuff, that's for sure. They don't have any ground effects, so yeah. Down in 5 rounds. Either way, I played that last round. Alright. That is our tournament complete. Our tournament run, at least. I'm going to say a big thank you. Whoops GG here all day. Thank you so much, man. Zalix here through the early part of the day. I had a great, really appreciate Clint Leetwood being around and all the work that he did putting into the Mecha Mini Masters as well. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody else today, so thank you to the mods there. VIP sponsors, thank you to Toast94 for the gift sub given out today. Much appreciated. Ocelotus Gaming as well. Thank you. Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Fab 1400, Expire X, and our ill Anabolica in hospital. Hope that they make a full recovery. Hardware support through Blue, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey Zach. Thank you guys so much. If anybody wants to join that group, there is the wish list out there on the throne that kind of details what the hardware needs are at the moment, or some things are just kind of gift level for Kiddo. So if you wanted to pick something up for Kiddo or for streamer, that would be the place to do it. Good night, everybody. I am going to raid you guys over to T-Man because I do want him to get to grow that that channel. So that is where I will be sending you momentarily. I'm the T-Man over there. So he is doing much better than I am in this tournament. So hope you guys enjoy the rest of his stream. Of course, Apuchi is also back. So that could be, there is the link for Apuchi if you guys would rather go there. Nope, not that one. We wanted this one. He's facing Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu. Actually, he's watching Apuchi against Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu. Not to be confusing. I am sending you to I'm the T-Man. He is showing Apuchi's match from Apuchi's perspective. I don't know how we got there. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Catch you later. Won't be on tomorrow. We'll be back on Monday.